Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning. Morning.
This is Committee of the Whole meeting of the County of Annapolis. We're meeting on Zoom today, and I will talk about that a little bit after we do the roll call. District 1,
Bruce Prout.
District 2,
Brian Fuzzy Connell.
District 3 is myself, Alan Parrish. District 4,
Mike Bardo.
District 5,
Lynn
District-
Longmire.
District 6,
Alec Morrison,
District 7,
David Hudson.
District 8,
Michael Gunn.
District 9,
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10,
Fred Redden.
and District 11.
Diane LeBlanc.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you've all got a coffee or a water with you. Could be a long day. What I plan to do is we'll take a break around 10:30, quarter to 11. We'll stop for lunch sometime around 12:15, 12:30 for maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, and then we'll take another break in the afternoon if we're still going. So I hope you're all comfortable, got your coffee, got your water as we go through this. Let me first address the fact that we're meeting on Zoom today. Our CAO, David Dick, and I have had a number of back and forth last week with members of the Department of Municipal Affairs about how we go about our meetings. And without getting into the back and forth of it, the consensus was we should meet on Zoom today. One of the issues was that we were told we could not check for vaccination for members of the public that came to our meeting. This morning, I was reading the newspaper, as I do every morning, and I saw that our provincial government is meeting this week, and the public is required to show proof of vaccination so that they can go and watch our provincial government at work. Accordingly, I then wrote an email to Nick Barr at Municipal Affairs and Robert Strang, and told them both that this is contrary to our understanding of what the situation was with respect to legislative meetings, and that it was important for proper conduct of our meetings that we meet in person. And I'm hopeful that since the provincial government is meeting in public, in person, with requiring proof of vaccination, that we can do the same by the time we meet next week. So that's where we are at the moment on that front, and I'm hopeful to have more information to disclose as we go through the week. We do have 2 public hearings next week that are advertised to take place in Cornwallis Park. So that's another reason why we want to meet in person, because those have to take place in person. So as I said, we'll keep you in touch on that. Now, if you look at the agenda, let's see, we don't really have adoption of the agenda here on the agenda, but with respect to, there are 2 matters that are being removed that the CAO, David Dick, and I have discussed need a little more work. And that's 5.5, Committees of Council Policy Amendment, and that's the CAO Review Committee issue. And the 5.13 Royal Canadian Legion Branch County Land Purchase Request. So those are being removed from the agenda for more work. Are there any additions or amendments to the agenda as circulated? Councillor Hudson?
Yes, item 2, had we not decided previously that that would no longer be on the agenda?
We did discuss that in the past, you're correct. The clerk indicated that she wanted to try a new style of agenda this week or this month. And you'll see that there's a little more detail in the headings for the agenda items, which I thought was a good thing. Um, The disclosure of interest is in fact an agenda item that Robert's Rules of Orders has for its sample agenda. And so I thought we'd put it on this week and we can see how it goes. It's not necessarily permanent. It's an experiment. I'm going to talk about that in a minute, in fact, Councillor Hudson, because I myself am going to declare a conflict. So I personally think that we don't need to do it at the beginning. Sometimes councillors don't really realize that they're in a conflict until a discussion comes up. And I don't want councillors to be criticized that they didn't disclose it at the beginning when they may in fact not realize it till later in the meeting. So this will be up for review for the next meeting with respect to the agenda and whether it stays on. Any other comments with respect to the agenda as amended? I see, I've got to get used to looking around at all these faces on Zoom, so there'll be a little delay from usual, but I don't see any. So I will ask for a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Moved by
Yeah.
Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Prout. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Now, Councillor Longmire, did you want to say something? Or were you just voting late? You're muted. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it kind of stalled, sorry.
Okay. Disclosure of interest. I'm going to declare a conflict with respect to the glyphosate issue. The reason is that, as you know, I own a farm here in Clarence. I've got a lot of agricultural land, and the farmers that work my land use Roundup, which has glyphosate in it. I don't charge them for the use of my land. In fact, I spend a lot of money myself to keep my land in good agricultural shape. So I could argue that I don't have a financial interest in glyphosate. But in any event, according to my theory that if there's a whiff of a conflict, you declare a conflict, I'm going to declare a conflict. So when that part of the agenda comes along, I will leave the room and the deputy warden can take over at that time. Are there any other disclosures of interest? Seeing none, we'll move along. Adoption of the Committee of the Whole meetings from September 14th, 2021. Would someone make a motion to approve those as circulated?
That's the minutes.
Deputy Warden moves, seconded by Councillor Redden. Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Could I request that the motions as printed be read, please, throughout?
That'd be what?
Could I request that the motions be read as printed throughout?
We will accommodate you as much as we can, Madam Clerk. I think we'll leave it like that. So the motion you're looking for is that the minutes of the regular Committee of the Whole meeting held on September 14th, 2021 be approved as circulated.
Yeah, thank you.
And that was moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Redden. Any discussion? Councillor Longmire?
Thank you. On page 8 of 117, under the CAO's report, where we had made mention of met with Seaside Rogers in contact with an interested party regarding the RFP. I'm just wondering if we can get some clarification around the RFP. At that time, I wasn't certain as though we had an RFP.
Mr. Dick, would you like to clarify that, or would you like me to?
No, I'll answer that. The RFP at that point had not been issued. Certainly in terms of the original minutes, in speaking with the clerk, we should have had a space there because there were two different topics. But the county has in fact issued an RFP effective this past Monday. And as of Friday, we had 5 responses.
I'll add to that. We met with Seaside and Rogers because of the fact that we learned that Rogers had purchased Seaside. It was not a meeting really to discuss the RFP. So the fact that Seaside Rogers were an interested party, they're an interested party in our internet project. But while we were at the meeting, we did disclose, as we had to other parties, that there would be an RFP coming out. So I see, Councillor Longmire, your confusion. We weren't meeting with them just to talk about the RFP. So perhaps the minute should be amended in contact with interested party for the internet project. Discussed many matters, including an RFP. Would that be better? Mr. Dick, is that more accurately reflecting what you reported?
That's fine, yes.
Okay, any other amendments to the minutes?
Can
Councillor Longmire?
I just add in there, because that was made mention in September, I'm wondering if, and I know it's wonderful, we've had 5 responses to that RFP. I'm just wondering if we should look at perhaps an extension, just because it did present itself in our minutes for September. And I know the RFP wasn't posted publicly until October 4th, and the closing is coming right upon us. So I'm wondering if we should consider an extension on that RFP closing.
I don't think it's necessary. I think all the parties were aware of it, and certainly we did speak to 3 of the 5 that we've received so far. We did speak to them prior to issuing it and let them know that it was happening.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, seeing no other comments, I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes, not as circulated, but as amended.
So moved.
Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Redden. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion's carried. There's no business arising from the minutes. So we move on to new business. And the first is the Bridgetown Area Community Rate. So I believe there'll be a presentation in this regard. Is that right, Mr. Dick?
Well, I guess that's really up to council. Staff recognizes that we should have probably presented this in September. We've got the presentation completed. There's certainly a lot of information in there. The fact that I'm not there, I don't know that has any bearing on whether the discussion continues. My thoughts were council could review it and maybe we could have a more fulsome discussion at a subsequent meeting.
Yeah, my view was that this would be for discussion only today, and that it's likely we will call a special meeting of council to make any decisions on this. Councillor Connell?
And that was my concern, that we brought it to committee of the whole or council last month, that we would like to have a workshop on this, because I'd like to have the comparison of what Lawrencetown's rate is for a community rate too. And I'd like to have some of the issues talked about quite severely. I'm not overly supportive of any of those suggested motions or suggested percentages. So we have a lot to talk about, and I don't know what the issue is of pushing this through so fast. We don't set our tax rate till next year. We got all kinds of time, And I want to make sure that our community is used correct. And when I see our tax rate going up and the community rate going down, it puts a red flag up to me that our communities outside of Bridgetown is paying. So it's a big discussion. And like I say, I don't know what the rush is, but I'm not thrilled about pushing it through.
I don't know what you mean by a rush. This is for a discussion today. The documents have been distributed. There's going to be some discussion. Staff will answer any questions. As I said, there's not going to be any decision made today. There'll be probably a special meeting held to discuss this in the future. So I don't think there's any rush to it. I think that council needs as much time as possible to digest all the information and come to the right decision.
Good.
Councillor Sheridan?
I also have a lot of questions in this regard. I noticed that our base rate for the whole county will go up if we lower the area rate for Bridgetown. I do have a concern for that in the options that I was looking at. So as we sat in budget, going over trying not to raise the tax rate, now it looks pretty simple just to put it in options to raise it. And I am very concerned with that. Also, I don't know how much Bridgetown is in debt. There are some different figures there, but I'm not sure I understand them all. So if I could get more clarification on how much Bridgetown owes. Also, I have one more question in regards to, on one of the pages, it stated that for the next 10 years, proceeds from sale of any asset owned by the town will be held in a special reserve used for the town. Does that include the municipal building or any lands that are in Bridgetown? I have a lot of questions. There's a lot of concerns.
Well, let's start, Councillor Sheridan. Whatever question you want to start with, let's go.
Okay, so let's go with the assets held in the town. What assets can we sell in the town to put in the reserve?
Who's going to respond to that?
I'll allow Holly to start.
So the assets in the town, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You can hear me? Okay. Would be the town hall. Jubilee Park is an asset of the town, the library, the arena, I believe, is in our name now, because all those assets at dissolution were transferred to the county, all the roads and streets, sidewalks. I guess that's probably all of the public works building.
The school.
The old
The Bridgetown.
The elementary school was transferred after dissolution from the province, so it wasn't part of the dissolution process.
Right. So what about lands, Holly? The land that around in the Bridgetown area, does that belong to the county or does that belong to the town?
Everything that belonged to the former town is now owned by the county.
Okay.
Other than the Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department, the town transferred that over prior to dissolution to the Volunteer Fire Department.
So it is a volunteer fire department and it acts as the same as the rest of our fire departments in the county?
Yes, other than you'll see in option one, there's 45,301 of an operating grant that was part of the Bridgetown community rate, because that's an amount that was paid over and above what we pay the other 10 fire departments. Because
so that's
the
an
fire,
additional cost.
right? If you remember, the fire chief for Bridgetown came in at the time and wanted the additional $45,000 in order to operate, because the former town paid a lot of their operating expenses or gave them grants to
Okay.
operate.
Is there any other debt owing by Bridgetown other than this 45,000? Excuse me.
The 45,000 is a grant.
Mhm.
62,000 of that is debt for the fire hall and a fire truck that was purchased prior to dissolution. There's also debt for the streets. for the buildings. There's about 100, including interest, principal and interest, about $140,000 per year in principal and interest for the former town, for streets and sidewalks and buildings, fire department.
Mhm. So this is what the area rate is paying for the debt of Bridgetown.
Right.
Okay, so this is where I have an issue with raising the rest of the county's taxes for things that are provided to the Bridgetown area. So I guess my concern is if we were to liquidate some of our assets that we no longer require and pay down that debt, that in turn would lower the area rate in itself, would it not?
Absolutely. Once that debt is paid down, then that it's gone. That expense is gone and nobody's responsible. It's
So we may not
But it-
have to look at these options if we could do something like that. So this is
Right.
where I'm going with that. It's just, we have other options than what's being presented.
the
here,
problem.
so.
The problem is Municipal Finance Corporation doesn't allow us to prepay debt. It has to follow its course. So some of this debt isn't paid off until 2035.
But it could be in a
And-
reserve and we could pay from the reserve the debt load, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So there are other options is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So it
There
could
are
keep-
many options.
Right.
There are many options. Yeah.
Okay, I'll let somebody else speak. Thank you.
Next, Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. As I was looking at the same thing as Councillor Sheridan was looking at, but when we're talking about assets and having to be able to sell items which would help with the debt, there's not very many items that we have in the community of Bridgetown that can go towards that debt. All I heard this morning and all I could think about is maybe two, the town hall and the old fire station where it used to be. And I couldn't think of anything else that we could actually sell. You can't sell the arena, or you can't sell Jubilee Park, library. So that particular piece, it's going to be, there's just not that much to sell unless we're talking about selling the county, the outside of the community county assets to throw into that debt. That's just a piece that, I was wondering about. There are a lot of issues as far as I see, and yes, and I can see that a lot of the residents of the county will not be wanting to have it raised a tax to they would look at it to subsidize the arrears of the community of Bridgetown. So that's what they would be thinking and they would be arguing about. I looked at the different options and I did have a concern with all three options at one point or another. And I would be willing to definitely do a workshop on this to get more information so we can ask more questions. They could, everybody can dig in and just have to concentrate on the one specific thing. Because all I keep thinking is another thing when it comes to streets and roads and this and that. Well, any subdivisions or anything that's outside of that community, if we want a sidewalk paved or you want this or you want that, and if we do it through the government, it's a 50-50 and a 25 resident, 25 county. So how would that work for community of Bridgetown? Questions, more questions, just more questions. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Councillor Hudson.
Yes, I'd just like to go back and just ask a question regarding the fire hall grant, 45,000 that was mentioned. I'm looking at their budget that we approved, and I see that Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department operating grant of $45,301. But just above that, I see a budget of $653,526, and it says contracts, agreements, operating in brackets ACFS, and I believe that's Annapolis County Fire Services. I was wondering what grants are included in that 653,000. there must be some fairly large grants.
Ms. Ord, can you respond to that?
So you're looking at the budget, the 21,
am.
22.
I'm looking at E6 of the budget.
Yeah, so that's the operating grants. Like prior to dissolution, we would give Bridgetown a $56,000 operating grant. But Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department gets the 56,000 in addition to the 45,000. Because when the grants were calculated back early 90s, it was based on number of trucks and number of assets that that fire department had. So Bridgetown's worked out 56,000. But when dissolution happened, they wanted a 90-some thousand dollar operating budget. They said they needed that to operate. So that 653 only includes pre-dissolution portion of the operating grant.
Councillor Hudson, do you
I
understand?
guess I'm just asking, what other grants, or what's the amount of the other grants given to the other 10 fire departments in the county? See, I myself believe that I know we go back to when the dissolution, but I think we got to be looking at today. And what are the grants that are being paid to all the various fire halls?
And
The past is the past.
Yeah, and that total $653,000 is what we give today to all the other 10 fire departments. A portion of that is Bridgetown, but the 45,000 is in addition to that we do not give to any of the other 10 fire departments.
Yeah. But
We
what
don't
are
give
the
a
amount-
$90,000 operating grant to any of the other fire departments.
I'm sorry?
We don't give a $90,000 operating grant to the other 10 fire departments like we give to the Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department.
So the Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department gets a $90,000 grant from the county?
Right.
And
That's just
everybody else,
operating.
everybody else gets roughly 50,000. So Counselor, it's a level of service issue for Bridgetown. As I understand it, when they dissolved in 2014-15, the service level that they were requiring was at a higher level than the rest of the county. So they were being charged this extra $45,000 annually.
Okay.
Could I,
Now, again, I want to go back to that. I'll just stay with the in option 1. And you have the long-term debt. Okay. I guess my question is that if we did go with either of those options, would that portion that's attributed to the long-term debt decrease as those debts are paid off?
Absolutely.
Because some of them are maturing next year, or at
That's
least
right.
one of them.
That's right. As soon as the 22-23 budget is complete, the rate could go down from what this option is saying.
Changing the subject a little bit, I see that and as Councillor Connell mentioned, an increase in the basic tax rate in these scenarios. And I was wondering where the projected budget of, I believe, 437,000 was factored into that, because it doesn't appear to me that it was.
did you understand the question, Ms. Ord or Mr. Dick?
The reality is that 437 is a reflection of where we expect to be this year. What staff is trying to show council is, had we done this last year, these are the potential options that could have happened in the past year. So we're not reflecting on what might happen going forward. It's just we're trying, because we have actual numbers that we use for the 21-22 budget, and those are the numbers that we're trying to present to council, recognizing that no decision is going to be made today. And once council decides the direction they want to take going forward, in terms of the options that council or staff has been providing, or other options that council may come up with between now and budget time, those numbers will reflect whatever changes those are.
Okay, so that increase was based on no profit in this year. Or
That
no
what-
surplus, huh?
Not the
Based
projections not the projections you're seeing today, those numbers, that's had this happen last year. The 437 that you're referring to, I believe, is the budget variance that we did last month. That's a
correct.
reflection, that's a reflection of where we anticipate being at the end of this year.
Okay,
Okay,
okay. But
Okay, I
again, I
think
guess I'm still not quite clear. So the increase in the tax rate that you have projected there, any surplus is not factored into that number.
no, this is last year's numbers.
Okay, okay. So based on a surplus, if we do have one, that rate could be less.
Of course, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Prout?
Thank you. I'll be very as concise as I can be here. I share the similar concerns to Councillor Connell and Councillor Sheridan and Councillor LeBlanc to raise the tax rate for the county while bringing it down in Bridgetown is problematic to me. I'm willing to listen to the arguments pro and con, and I think that someone has met, Ms. Ord has mentioned there are other options there that will lower the debt in Bridgetown, and I do think we need a workshop on this, and we need to really spend some time thrashing it out and looking at things. So, thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Warden, if I may,
Go ahead, yes.
and I think that certainly the suggestions that at least three, if not all of the councillors have spoken so far about having a workshop, I think that was really the sort of the guidance that staff was working on, is to provide this really to get some thought running through councillors' minds in terms of what their thought process might be going forward. And certainly we believe that a workshop is probably the best option. You know, as you know, we could probably be talking about this all day, and there is a larger agenda. So that was really the focus when staff put this together, was to give you maybe a couple of weeks to sit down and think about it, maybe even talk to your constituents. And then when we have this workshop sometime, whenever council decides to do that, we can devote the whole time to this specific subject and not have to think about other parts of the agenda. So that was really the focus when council or when staff put this together, really expecting that, you know, maybe in the next couple, 3 or 4 weeks, we would have a full day meeting, possibly on what the options could be.
And yeah, I think we all agree that we'll have another committee of the whole meeting to try and tear this apart in more detail. I'd like to take the opportunity to say a few things about the way I see this. Bridgetown's been a part of the county now for 6 years. And as far as I'm concerned, as we go forward, Bridgetown should be the same as every other place in the county. We should do our best to do away with special costs and special privileges or deficits with respect to Bridgetown. That should be the principle that we will move ahead with. I've got a number of questions too. For example, Bridgetown, when it became part of the county, would have brought in a lot of commercial taxes. It's probably got more commercial taxes than other places in the county. Since it came in as part of the county had a long-term debt. The long-term debt is being paid down by the tax rate. Bridgetown shared in that tax rate. So in a way, the Bridgetown people have been paying down their own debt and paying down the county's debt as well, perhaps, could be argued. When I look at option number 1 that's before us, based on this year's numbers, I see that if we went with option 1 to bring Bridgetown into the fold, the increase in the county tax bill would be 1.8%. The decrease of the Bridgetown taxes would be 23.5%. And that would bring everything a lot more equal in my mind to where we should be with Bridgetown as being part of the county. I wonder how long we're going to continue having Bridgetown being different from the rest of the county. It's part of the county now, and I think that should be the principle we move forward on. Another question I have is, as Councillor, in answering the questions to Councillor Hudson, apparently there's some fire service that's, I forget how it was put, more beneficial to the town of Bridgetown from the Bridgetown Fire Department. Maybe the people in Bridgetown don't want that anymore. Maybe they're happy just to be like the rest of us. I'm in Clarence. The Bridgetown Fire Department's a closer one to me. Maybe they're happy to have the same treatment that I do. There was talk about, if you read the report, that there's a stronger requirement for cleaning streets and sidewalks in Bridgetown than other places in the county. Perhaps the people in Bridgetown are quite happy just to have it be the same as other places in the county. And I think we need to determine what the people in Bridgetown feel about this, either by a public meeting or by some kind of a website or internet checking out of what people think. My view, as I said, is I want to bring Bridgetown into the fold and be the same as the rest of us as a principle to operate on. But that'll all come out in the wash as we go through more discussions on this. Happy to have more questions before we move along. Councillor Redden?
Thank you. I have one question and one comment, I guess. Well, maybe two comments. I'll start with one. I'm a pretty staunch socialist. I think we're all stronger together. That's not to say that we shouldn't have different rates for different areas or anything like that, but I'm definitely more towards equity, maybe more so than equality. My first question is, this isn't a rock, so I have a hard time understanding it. When I did the math on option 1 for the volunteer fire department, I got different numbers than what were there. Could you explain how you calculate the 0.001861 for the fire department on the current option?
Can you point to that, Councillor Redden?
Yeah.
Can you point Ms. Ord and the rest of us to the page?
So that's page 20 of 117.
Yeah.
Are the current versus option 1, and in the lower right corner, it's got the component tax rate for the volunteer fire department at 0.001861. So when I worked that backwards, I ended up with a tax base for Bridgetown of like $60 million, which was not what the other things were. So I assume I did something wrong, and I'm not understanding where that number comes from.
Okay. So in order to determine an area rate, you take the assessed value, which in this case is Bridgetown. So the total assessed value in Bridgetown, commercial, residential, is 49 million. So you divide that into your expense. So the 45,301 for the Bridgetown operating grant would work out to be 9 cents. And the debt is 62,971. So if you take that and divide it into your assessed value, you come up with about 9 cents. So, or 10 cents, sorry. So the 9 and 10 make the 19 cents. That's the.
We're losing your volume, Ms. Ord. Can you?
Okay, can you hear me?
That's better, yeah.
All right, I'll sit closer. So determine the area rate. You divide your assessed value into your expense. So the assessed value in Bridgetown is 49 million. And the first expense is the 45,301 for the operating grant. So you divide those numbers, you get 9 cents per $100 worth of assessment. And the 62,971 is the debt for the Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department. Divide that into 49 million and you get 10 cents. So the 10 and the 9 is what make up the 1861.
Okay, I mean, I thought that's what I did. Maybe I didn't. But also you mentioned commercial tax rate there, and I don't think I allowed for the commercial tax rate.
So what did you do for a total assessed value for Bridgetown is 49 million?
I did it backwards. I took the for me, when I check numbers, I run them frontwards and then I run them backwards. And if they come out right, then they work. That's just old habit. So I think I see where my mistake was there, and that I had a single tax rate for the whole 48 million assessment and not the commercial and the residential tax rate, because I ended up with a tax base that was too big. I
Yeah, so,
multiplied the tax rate by what it was supposed to cover, the 108,000, and got it. It didn't work.
okay.
Um,
So with the community rate, it was split between commercial. There was a higher commercial rate. It was
Yeah.
$1.58 and 72 cents residential. With an area rate, it's the same rate across the board. We don't differentiate between commercial and residential. So this 18 cents, 19 cents would be what we would charge on a commercial property as well. So not only would the residential rate reduce from 72 cents to 19 cents, it would reduce the commercial rate from $1.58 to 19 cents. So the commercial community would certainly receive a reduction in that community rate. Big time.
okay.
And we're not increasing the commercial tax base rate. We're only increasing the residential tax base. I know that's
Councillor.
Yeah,
Reddy,
I'm
second
just,
question?
it's a lot to take in and keep track of.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then my other comment is, there's a lot of extra zeros on this page, these pages, and it makes it hard to read. That's my only other comment. Like the 0.0, you could write it in cents.
Yeah, and that's because we bill based on is per $100 worth of assessment. So what it's doing is so that you can multiply the 18.61 cents by $100,000 assessment and not have to divide it by 100. So it comes out to exactly what would be on that tax bill.
Mm-hmm.
So because it's per $100 worth of assessment probably makes it more confusing. But that's how we have to.
Yeah. One of those things you're going through it and going, one more thing to try and tease apart where you're trying to understand. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Where should that zero be, or how many zeros should be there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, are you done, Councillor Reddy?
Yeah, that's all I
you.
can deal with. Yeah.
Councillor Barto? You're muted, Councillor Barto.
Working on it. Just related to that, I was just wondering on the options, they all get rid of the community rate in total and add a fire department rate. I'm just wondering what the rationale for that was, because there's more than just the fire department in what extra services are provided to Bridgetown that should not necessarily be absorbed by the whole county. So, and why the fire department rate is there. I just would not sure how this all relates, but it just jumped out at me that when you're going over from current to option 1 or current to option 2, that line item 720 for community rates and the line item 186 for Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department, it's not a transition. It's not a change in a rate. It's getting rid of a rate and adding a different rate. And I just would like to have a little explanation on that.
Ms. Orr, did you understand the question?
Yeah. So, yeah, so what we're doing is, so in option 1, we're including the Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department only. So it's the 45,000 in the operating grant and the 62,000 in debt. So if you go to option 2, we're including option 1, and what we're doing, yes, is eliminating the staff's recommendation that we do eliminate the 72 cents for the community rate and replace it with area rates for those areas that are unique to Bridgetown. So in option 2, we're adding in the difference between service levels when we remove the snow on the roads and the sidewalks. So we're saying that 31,000 is an additional expense in Bridgetown because it costs us about 77,000 to do snow removal in outside of the Bridgetown boundaries, because we have about 10 streets in the east end that we contract out to DOT. We do Cornwallis Park streets. We do our own sidewalk clearing in Granville Ferry. And we contract out Bear River sidewalks, Cornwallis Park sidewalks, and Paradise sidewalks. So that total cost is about 77,000, but it's at a different service level. For instance, the contractors are told just go out and salt when requested. And we only clear the sidewalks and the roads after 2 inches of snow. Whereas in Bridgetown, it's done far more frequently because you have visitors coming to Bridgetown for services, for sports, for shopping. They expect to have those streets and sidewalks cleared. Whereas in the remainder of the county, now we do our own in Granville Ferry, Public Works does that one, but that's the only one we do. The rest are all contracted out. So we're saying it costs about 108,000 in Bridgetown compared to 77,000. That's a difference of 31,000 in service level. So it costs that much more in Bridgetown to provide that snow clearing service than it does in the remainder of the county. So that's where we come up with about 5 cents. So at option 2, you have 19 cents for your Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department. In option 2, we're adding the 31,000 in service level for the snow clearing. Then you go to option 3, and it includes option 1 and option 2, but then we're adding the debt for the buildings, which is about 20,000. Now for 22, 23, that debt's going to be down to about half because one of those loans are paid off this year. So it'll probably be only 2 cents instead of 4 cents. So then you're adding, so now you're up to about 28 cents if you look at the area rate for Bridgetown. Then you go to option 4, that includes 1, 2, and 3 options. And option 4 is adding the debt for the streets and sidewalks of 46,000. That's another 7 cents. So at the end of the day, we end up with a 37-cent area rate from the 72 cents original community rate. But that also puts up the base residential rate to $1.04 from $1.02. That's probably all clear as mud, but
So
a lot of numbers.
what you're saying in bottom line is we're not cleaning. This isn't a one-step deal. This is going to be a variable for a number of years until some of those debts disappear.
Absolutely. So as most of this is all debt, the only hard cost would be your 31,000 for your difference in service level for your snow clearing and the 45,000 in grants. The rest of it is debt, and each year that debt gets paid down until it's totally eliminated in 2035. So then you end up with maybe an area rate for 15 cents in Bridgetown. So what, $150 on a $100,000 assessment compared to right now it's $720 that they pay. And that's high. That's very high. So staff are recommending that we eliminate the community rate and replace it with area rates that are applicable to the expenses that are unique to the town, former town.
So you're just going to break down the area rate, and it's more explanation. What's what I'm looking for? An explanation of that. Yeah.
Because currently in our budget for 21-22, we have the community rate of 72 cents and the $1.58 for commercial raises $400,000 in revenue. So somehow we need to find that revenue. So what option 4 does is basically 50-50, where 200,000 is raised from the area rates for Bridgetown and 200,000 by raising the residential base rate. So it's basically going 50-50 here.
So does the community rates and stuff now reflect what the residents was paying in taxes before the county absorbed Bridgetown?
No. So right now they're paying our $1.02 plus the 72 cents residential. Commercial's paying $1.80 plus $1.58. Before, prior to dissolution, the residential rate was $2.13. So that's what, down to $1.74 for residential. And commercial was $3.93.
So the county is rates are covering a lot more now than what they were before bringing Bridgetown on. So Bridgetown isn't better off now than what they were
Oh, absolutely.
at this point,
Yes,
without any changes.
right.
I think it may be time to move along. This is something that we could spend a lot of time with, and I think the consensus is that we'll have a committee of the whole meeting just to deal with this issue sometime in the near future. And I know that Councillor Prout suggests that we've got lots of time before we do our budget, but I find that time flies by pretty quickly in everything we do, so I don't want to wait around. And we've all read this stuff. We have it in our minds, so I see us having a committee of the whole meeting sometime in the next 3 or 4 weeks, if we could. A special committee of the whole meeting. So if that's all right with everybody, we'll move along on the agenda. Next is the,
Mr. Warden,
yes,
so are we setting a date for the next special workshop we're gonna get, or are we just gonna leave it?
I hadn't intended to because staff has to find a location and a time, and I thought we'd send something out. You know, we're still dealing with our COVID restrictions, and I thought we'd check that out first before we send a note around and find out what's a convenient day for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the September 2021 Community Development Update. And that's page 23.
We have a motion.
All right, is there some discussion first, and then we'll have the motion, since it's only a motion to receive for information? Is there any discussion about the report from Mr. Dunphy? Councillor Sheridan?
Just a comment. I noticed that Brendan Lamb is here, and I don't know if the rest of the people have been introduced to him, but I just wanted to say welcome, Brendan, and I just want to point out that he is with us today. So thank you.
Yes, welcome.
Yes, we second that. Welcome aboard.
Indeed.
Thank you, everyone. It is an honor to be here.
So would you like me to read the motion? Or is the deputy?
I don't see any hands up with any questions with respect to the report. So if someone would like to.
Could you tell me where the motion is?
It's
Page
actually
2.
on the agenda.
I've got the agenda in front of me. I'm on page 23, but I see no motion.
Go to page 2.
Page 2, number 5.2.
Oh, this is how we're going to run it now.
Yeah, it's different. Well, we're trying it out, Deputy Warden. We'll see how it goes.
All right, here we go. 5.5. Is
No.
that it?
5.2.
5.2. Here we go. September 2021 Community Development Update. I guess I move that Committee of the Whole receive September 2021 Community Development Update Report for information as circulated.
Is there a second for that?
And we put
Councillor LeBlanc seconds. There was no further questions, so I'll call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion's carried. Next is the information report, dangerous and unsightly premises, 6-month status report. It starts at page 26 of your package. Any questions or comments with respect to that report before we ask for a motion? Councillor Sheridan?
Just wondering if we were missing a page for the districts in regards to the development, because there was 3 districts, I think, that were missing on that.
Are you back to the development?
Yeah, I just happened to pick that up, sorry.
Yeah. On page 25 goes to 7. Is that what you have
Yes.
as well?
Yeah, there's no 8, 9, 10, or 11 districts on
Yes.
there, so I think we're missing a page.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
Perhaps, Mr. Dick, you could see that that's circulated to the councilors at some point.
Yes, we'll do.
So back to the dangerous and unsightly premises report. Any questions? Comments? Councillor Prout?
Thank you. It was nice to get the information. I know we talked about sending it out by district if there were issues in your district, and it was nice to have that sent as well. So thank you very much. I'm glad that was included.
Yes, thank you. Carol?
Yeah, so we're all receiving the detailed reports with respect to the dangerous and unsightly premises in our own districts, which is required under our policy. I'm just going to make a comment. I'm not asking for a response, but we still, in our report here, which is public, the detailed reports we get aren't part of the package, so they're not really easily accessed by the public. I wonder whether we couldn't have the street addresses on the biannual report. It might encourage some people who are the subject of these orders to keep working on getting their properties repaired, if in fact the addresses were put down in the biannual report. So I'll just make that comment. I'm not really looking for a decision or a response, but I make that comment. I can speak to staff about that for the next 6-month report. Any other comments? Councilor LeBlanc?
Just on your comment, I'm not quite sure that it should be done specifically because everybody has a different level of income. So sometimes it takes other people longer. So I don't know if it should be strictly pointed out. I'm just concerned with that bit. Just putting it out there.
Fair enough. Deputy Warden?
Oh, no.
No? Okay, I don't see any others. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to receive for information. Deputy Warden, could you read 5.3?
5.3, information report, dangerous and unsightly premises, 6-month status report. I move that Committee of the Whole receive for information the October 12th, 2021 dangerous and unsightly premises 6-month status report as circulated.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Prout seconds. Since there were no other comments or questions, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the medical assistance recruitment program policy. And that's found on page 28 of 117. And the policy is set out on page 29. I think before we get into this, I'll just give a bit of the one of the counselors brought forward the proposal that we pay $10,000 to a doctor who would locate in the county, buy a house in the county. And so we decided to take some legal advice with respect to whether that was appropriate or not. There was some back and forth between myself and staff and the lawyers. And the bottom line was that perhaps we could not, in fact, make a payment directly to the doctor because of the provisions of the Municipal Government Act. During the back and forth that we had with the lawyers, we learned that the County of Guysborough, through their hospital foundation, offers $100,000 to a doctor locating in Guysborough County. So having learned that, staff then contacted people in Guysborough, I believe, and people at the provincial physician recruitment department, and then came up with this particular proposal that you have before you on page 29. This is the idea being that a doctor that's coming to one of the hospitals in our district, I'll call it, rather than our county, will receive a $10,000 grant with the conditions that are set out in the policy. For example, that they sign a 2-year contract with the Nova Scotia Health Authority. So as I understand it, this procedure is consistent with the provincial procedure. We're not paying the money directly to the doctor. We fund the grant to the Annapolis West Health Foundation or the Soldiers Memorial Health Foundation. They would then pass that $10,000 grant along to the doctor if they wish. Now, we're not allowed to give money to a charity and tell them what to do with it. But we can reach an understanding that this is what we'd like to do, but in the end, it's up to them what they do with it. So that's a bit of the background to this particular matter that's before you. Before we move on to questions or comments, perhaps if Mr. Dick or someone else in staff would like to add anything to what I have to say. I don't see Mr. Dick here anymore. Am I just missing him?
He left the building.
What'd you say?
He left the building.
I guess so. Yeah.
He's
there, but-
muted under Councillor Connell on my screen. There he comes. He's unmuted now. There he is.
Anyway, I guess I don't see Ms. Campbell with her hand up either, so I'll invite questions or comments from council. Councillor Connell.
Yes, it is quite a bit to see that Colchester County's given $100,000.
Guysborough.
Guysborough. I'm sure that they're in need of doctors the same as we are. I know that our public is well aware that Dr. McLean has retired this year. The doctor at Lawrencetown retired a couple years back. There's many residents, including myself, that have no doctor. And many people are like me. I won't go to patients to sit there for hours and hours and hours. I'll be what it is. It's very disappointing not to have a doctor. And I think a $10,000 incentive to give it to an organization that can help a doctor move here and reside within our county, I think that they would benefit from definitely buying and purchasing something in our county and raising their family in our county, because then hopefully they'll stay. I think a $10,000 offer is not out of the way. I know that other community groups within our county is also doing similar things. I cut a little piece out of the Bridgetown Reader last week where the Middleton Legion gave the recruitment committee $500 toward recruitment. Everyone in our community is putting forth a hand to try to make sure that we get doctors. And I definitely support this. And I think that it's not only when we encourage doctors to come here, it's not only just purchasing a house. They got to move their whole family here. They got to buy whatever they have to live here. Some of them are coming from far away. So anything we can do, I think, to help our residents with accomplishing a doctor within our district is a bonus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. You're muted, Councillor LeBlanc.
I have to agree. I'm not going to add more to what Councillor Cotw says because he's covered it all. The only comment that I have to ask, well, actually it's a question, is when we do, he indicated about putting it into our county, but if we give it to the foundation, as you said, if we give it to our Soldiers Memorial, they can pass it on up. The coverage of the hospital, it goes from Kings County into Annapolis County, so it could go outside of our county is what I'm trying to indicate or ask. So that's one thing that that he brought up that has to be cleared. I don't know if we have to state that they move to our county if we're going to give this particular grant. I think it's a grant. And approve this before we should, I guess we should answer that question before we approve this. I'm all in favor of doing that. And my next question is, when we're looking at this, are we allocating the whole amount that's in the strategic initiatives, or are we indicating how much of it is going to be set forth? I have questions. Those are my two questions, and I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Dick, did you get those two questions?
Yeah, is Dawn in the Zoom meeting?
Yeah, she's here.
Yeah, I'll refer those to Dawn if you don't mind.
Okay.
The 45,000 would be the amount that would be possible to draw from for the rest of the funding year. And then at budget time next year, you could have a discussion about making a serious commitment and whether you would change the character of the donations. In regards to whether the physicians would reside within the county or not sure that we can put that in there if we can't put conditions on the money that we're providing to the foundation.
My understanding is we can ask the foundation to do it, but we can't tell them to do it.
Right.
If that answers your questions. Councillor Sheridan?
So first off, I just want to clarify, I do no longer have to declare an interest with the foundation, and I can speak to this. I am no longer a director or voting member on the board. I still belong in the society, but I'm not a voting member. Secondly, with the doctor residing in Kings County, many Annapolis County residents in the past have gone to Kings County doctors. I mean, it's just the way it is where they decide to reside. However, it's still beneficial for the county to have some residents in Annapolis County go, whether they live in Kings County or Annapolis. And for the recruitment or the doctor recruitment committee, that is a subcommittee of the foundation. They are dedicated wholeheartedly to ensure that these grants will be provided in the proper way, and they will definitely use that grant in that. I do know that they will definitely do their best to recruit doctors in our county, but if it becomes a Kings County issue, it's still going to be beneficial to the county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. As everyone knows, the county has a physician recruitment and retention committee. And I might have missed it in the last month, but has this matter been referred to our county committee for consideration?
I wonder if somebody on staff could respond to that. I myself am not aware of it. Ms. Campbell?
I am not aware of it being referred to the committee, no.
Councillor Morrison, a response?
Yes, thank you. It certainly seems to me at the very least an affront to the work of the committee we have so ably chaired by Councillor Prout, and not to be made aware of or consulted or having any input at all into this subject might cause someone to say, why do we have a committee devoted to this subject? Thank you.
Councillor Prout?
Thank you. If I may, I've been following this. It came up last month, and I'm very impressed with it. Even this morning, early on CBC, they talked about the numbers gone up to over 78,000 in the province without a doctor. And I was very pleased when I picked up the package and saw that we had clearance to go ahead with this. And in fact, our next committee meeting is the day after tomorrow. At 10:30, we're going to have a presentation by Brianna Parks, and it will be in chambers, my understanding, unless something drastically changes over the next 24 hours. And I was going to ask, once we got to this, if this is approved, if we could share that with Ms. Parks. I know she's looking after, especially for us, the Annapolis West Health Foundation. She's going to speak to that. And if this goes through today, even though we would, I guess, be looking at it again next week, I'd like to share that with her at the meeting if that's possible. And I really think this is a wonderful step forward for the county. I know, as Councillor Sheridan has said, the umbrella group, the Mid-Valley group that's looking after Soldiers Memorial Hospital, has worked tirelessly under the leadership of Don Hislop and Ann Kroll and the various members. So anything we can do, as Councillor Morrison has said, from the county committee to let them know that, you know, we're trying to do our part as well, I think will be well received. And I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. And to respond to your question, assuming that the recommendation that's on the agenda is passed by the committee of the whole, you could tell the attendee at your meeting that the committee of the whole has recommended to council and that council will decide next week.
Thank you. That's what I meant. Yes, thank you very much.
Councillor Redden.
Thank you. I was curious if there's been any investigation as to how effective these policies are, or if there's a threshold for the dollar value that they become effective or are not effective. You know, like maybe having a policy that's at $10,000 doesn't do anything, but at 50,000 it does, or maybe these policies are not effective at all. I'm wondering if there's any sort of there's been an investigation as to that besides, say, anecdotal.
Ms. Campbell, can you respond to that inquiry?
I did have a conversation with CAO Carol from District of Guysborough. $100,000 incentives seem to work well. I guess I would expand on that and say they needed, I think, 6 physicians and they got them over a space of 14 months or thereabouts.
But so we know 100,000 works. I think the question was whether 20 or 30 or 40 works. Do you have any idea about that?
I think other municipalities have done this at varying levels with varying degrees of success. Some of the measurement of success is how great your need is. So if you have a need for 7 physicians and you get 3, it's probably seen as a huge success. The yardstick you use sort of matters. I think the across the board advice that I got is it's better to do something than to do nothing at all.
Councillor Barto?
I was just wondering about the allocations and how this is written up and if this is going to a 7-day notice on the way it's written. And we have a maximum of 45,000 and it says a maximum per qualified applicant of 10,000. It was heard earlier that we can't dictate. Is this on a requested basis from the hospital or the soldiers that if they have a qualified applicant, they come to us and ask for $10,000, or and then the last one out of the 5 only gets $5,000. I'm just not sure if that's written up properly and how we disperse that. Is the intention to give the whole amount in anticipation of recruitment, or is it on a per recruit basis? And clarification on those amounts.
Ms. Campbell?
The District of Guysborough program is on a per recruit basis, and the foundations let the district know when there's a candidate that's being considered for signing a contract. And that's how it works with District of Guysborough. Now, if the $45,000 were used up, there would always be the option of bringing back a recommendation to Committee of the Whole and/or Council in regards to an out-of-budget expenditure. So if the entire amount available currently under the $45,000 pot of money is exhausted, there would be the option to come back for a further decision.
Okay.
Councillor Sheridan?
I just wanted to point out in our policy, it also states that the grant would be for nurse practitioners as well, not just doctors.
Right.
Thank you.
Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. I might point out that paragraph 2, the criteria, is not in agreement with the mandate of our physician recruitment and retention committee. The mandate of the committee is somewhat broader. And I might point out also that there's some minor editing to be done in at least paragraph 7. Thank you.
Thank you. I noticed that in paragraph 7 as well. Thank you. Anybody else? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Yeah, this is a good move in the right direction, as far as I'm concerned. My question is, does the Guysborough County, they wait until there's an applicant, is what I'm understanding, and then Guysborough County will give them $100,000 initiative to come to Guysborough County, and the $10,000, I guess that's what it is. It's $10,000 is really not a strong incentive. It is for the average guy like me, but I mean for doctors, who are making, in one side of the country make $500,000 a year, and in this side of the country make $200,000 a year. Is it really that strong of an incentive? I query. But back to the Guysborough amount, is that $100,000 per candidate? And do they just set that per year so they can recruit one per year?
Ms. Campbell, can you respond to that?
It is not just one per year, at least it has not been in the recent past for them. It is $100,000 per candidate that's being recruited.
Thank you. And if I can follow that up, yes. So we're setting aside $45,000 in this next fiscal year. And if council decided next year that they wanted to increase that, they could. Is that what I'm understanding? And the amount, and the amount of the incentive.
Ms. Camp, yes, I would think that's up to council as to what they wanted to do next year. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Longmire.
Thank you. Just quickly, I know we're not part of the recruitment process. I'm just curious, when the recruitment is actually happening, what type of promises or what is the expectation of the practitioner. I'm wondering, I guess, because they can be offered a part-time job, a full-time, only outpatient, not a taking on a full patient load, you know, in an office setting. I'm just wondering how much of that information is actually shared with us, or is that even part of any of this?
I can, if I could just try to respond to that. Paragraph 6 of the policy says that the funding is provided upon request. So the foundation has to approach us to make the request. And I would think during that discussion, the types of questions that you brought forward could be dealt with. All right. Councillor Hudson?
Yes, just a quick question. If unused, would the amount be accumulated? Or would it be a new amount set every year?
Ms. Campbell?
This was not an allocation originally for this program. This was a place in the currently approved budget that was identified that could be used for this purpose. It would be treated the same as any other part of the budget. Normally, there are not carryovers of any amounts. The budget totally starts from scratch.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, there's a draft motion.
Mhm.
And it seems from the discussion that the motion is appropriate. So Deputy Warden, would you like to read that motion?
AM-1.4.9.1 Medical Assistance Recruitment Program Policy, new. That Committee of the Whole gives 7-day notice for the Municipal Council to approve AM-1.4.9.1 Medical Assistance Recruitment Program Policy as circulated.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Prout seconds. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. Next is we've removed a 5.5. We're going to 5.6, the publication policy amendment. And that would be
Page 39.
39, is it? And this deals with the sign that's to be placed on the Sports Hub property. I think the material circulated was pretty self-explanatory. So I'll invite any questions with respect to that material. Any questions, comments? Oh, Councillor Redden.
Yeah, just clarification. I thought we'd kind of been just asked to pay the power bill on that sign. It from our policy, it sounds a little more like we're a little more involved than that. I just was looking for clarification.
Staff, is there someone in staff to
Don?
respond to that?
Yes, Don will respond.
Okay, Ms. Campbell?
Direction was given at the May meeting for a policy to be developed prior to the erection of the sign, and this is following up on that direction.
Thank you. Councillor Sheridan.
So we are going to be responsible for any expenses that are incurred from the sign in regards to maintenance, and other than the lights. We knew about the lights, we just didn't know about the maintenance portion of it. Is that correct? Like, we'll be responsible?
Is there something in the material that led you to that
Yeah,
conclusion?
and I can't find it, but I thought I read it somewhere. I thought I don't have it all printed out, but
Well, it might be there, but my recollection from reading it was that this was just about what could be on the sign, not for maintaining the sign.
thought I read somewhere that we
Ms.
were.
Campbell, can you help us out?
I don't recall whether there was motion about maintenance. I will look back. I know there was a motion in relation to $2,000 a year for electricity.
Right.
Hmm.
But is there something here, Councillor Sheridan, that leads you to?
I'm skimming through now, so you can take other questions and I'll see if I can find it.
If there are other questions. Are there
Okay,
any
if not, I can ask staff later.
Oh, here's one, Councillor Barteau.
I was looking at the financial implications on that, and it says the county is currently responsible to ensure the facility and for
Yes.
ongoing maintenance costs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can you point out where you're reading from?
That's on
Councillor?
page 40, under financial implications. And then it says some of the costs for the utility will become the responsibility of the county once ownership is formally transferred. So, but it starts off by saying that the county's responsibility to ensure financial and ongoing maintenance of the costs.
Oh, that's probably what Councillor Sheridan was thinking.
I think probably I was just trying to help her out.
Yeah, the facility, what's the reference to the facility there in that statement?
It would have to be the sign infrastructure, I would think.
Well, it's a funny word for
Hmm.
Can somebody on staff help us out? This is the recommendation report from staff. Councillor or Ms. Campbell?
It's clear that if the ownership ever finally gets transferred, which we've been waiting for some time now, that we will be responsible for the ongoing costs for the facility. I guess the assumption would be that once the sign becomes part of that facility, it is maintained along with the rest of it.
So just so everybody knows, right now, the Sports Hub property is still in the ownership of the province. And for a number of reasons, we've been waiting for them to transfer it to the county, which they've agreed to do, but sometimes things don't happen as quickly as you'd like them to happen. We've pushed as much as we can to make it happen. It hasn't happened. So that's the context of Ms. Campbell's comment that we don't yet own the facility. So the facility here, I take it from what she said in the staff report, is the whole Sports Hub property and not just the sign. And so we would be responsible for ongoing maintenance costs of the facility. And Ms. Campbell's assumption is that when this sign is attached to the ground, it becomes part of the facility. And I can see the logic in that. But that's about all I can say on that. I can see the logic in that, unless there's some other agreement with the people who are putting up the sign. In that regard, the only agreement I recall is that we were going to pay for the electricity for up to $2,000 a year, wasn't it? So, Councillor Sheridan, does that answer your inquiry? It's not a complete answer, but it's, I think, where we are.
Yeah, thank you, Clyde, for finding that. Yes, that does answer it. I assumed that it did. I just wanted to be clear that we are responsible for the maintenance on that sign. Thank you.
Anything else? Councillor Redden?
Yeah, so this is just a policy change right now, right? This isn't putting us on the hook for this sign down the road, because my recollection is the same as yours, Warden, that we were content to pay a certain amount of electricity, but we weren't really interested in buying an electronic sign when we discussed it previously. That so I just want to make sure that we're not. We seem to have been kind of a little bit led down the garden path that now kind of looks like in the transfer of this facility, we're going to inherit an electronic sign that I know I wasn't very keen on. And it's not been a very direct approach. So I don't know quite what I think right now, but I'm not terribly happy. But yeah, so I just don't want to be signing a policy that means we end up inheriting a sign in 6 months when we inherit a property that we weren't exactly keen on, like I said. So that's what I had to say.
Fair enough. Without reading it again, my recollection is that this talked about the use of the sign rather than the maintenance. The maintenance suggestion is in the staff report, not in the policy. So I guess in a way, in my own view, is that the maintenance issue might still be up in the air a little bit, depending on other agreements we might reach. But the position of staff is that once it becomes fixed to the land and we own the land, then we may have an obligation to maintain it. Councillor LeBlanc?
I was just gonna say exactly what you said. Then when it's affixed to the property, then it's part of the property. So it's like anything else, it has to be repaired or insured or everything else. So I think that it automatically comes after it's put in the ground as part of the property that we would own.
And I would think we'd want to have that kind of control over it, that rather than trying to push somebody else to maintain a sign that's falling apart, we might as well just do it ourselves. Councillor Barto?
The door's been open to, in addition to the sign, the whole property is still under the province, and we've talked about and made motions regarding repairs or increasing the size of the building, putting signage on the site. Has this has the province been brought into the loop that what we're doing to their holdings at the moment, and until it's handed over to us, should we even be making any motions or spending any money or even proceeding too far on any of those items because it's not our property?
I can tell you that there have been other issues that have arisen, that the fact that we don't own the property, that these issues have been complicated. And as far as we're aware, we're going to get the property. It's just a matter of somehow the province getting around to getting us the deed. This isn't the only situation that the only problem that this situation has created. You can rest assured, and I'll ask staff to speak to it, that we have been in touch with the province to get the deed transferred to us. And Ms. Campbell is nodding her head. We're doing all we can, but in the meantime, Councillor Barto, we want to move ahead and make this property as beneficial as we can to the community without being held up by this bureaucratic problem.
So we've been led to believe that it's just a matter of timing. It's just the wheels of progress move slowly. So, okay.
I think Ms. Campbell might have wanted to add to that.
I'm pushing very hard on trying to get that ownership transferred. It would make things a lot simpler doing things at the facility. I also wanted to ask if I could be clarity, perhaps, that this project can go ahead in installing the sign, because there was a motion in March approving the establishment of the sign. And as far as I can see, this policy applying to the sign is the last criteria that would need to be met in order to tell the organization that they can go ahead with the install.
Councillor Redden?
So with this policy in place, the sign can go ahead and get installed. Excuse me. My thought is, it looks like we are inevitably going to inherit this sign, and I agree with the warden that the best way for something like this on our property to be maintained is probably by us. I'm kind of what displeases me is that in March, when we talked about this, it was about approving this sign to be installed on this property, was that we talked about paying $2,000 for electricity and not inheriting a $25,000 sign that we are now on the hook for a number of years to maintain and operate and fix. Like, that's not really what I recall signing up for back in March. And it's hard to see where all these things lead down the road. I understand that, but it's very hard for me to support a policy change that's going to put a sign there that I don't recall us having interest in owning or operating. I mean, I recall comments about, do we want our staff tied up with operating it and things like this? And I think I recall us being assured that other people could deal with posting the messages on the sign and stuff like that, that we were just paying for electricity. And I will say one of the things that I have found most frustrating over the past year on council is the lack of long-term plan and how these things interact. And I see this as a symptom of one of those things. And I find it remarkably frustrating for something that is so simple. Like this is a minor issue, but that is just, yeah. Anyways, I'm done ranting.
Councillor Bartow?
I noticed that part of the approved usage of the sign was the school for their events and stuff. Is this something that we should be having discussions so that they compensate or cost share some of the energy and use and upkeep of this sign, because they're getting probably as much or more use out of it than the rest of the community for the sports hub? I just thought I'd kind of raise that question, see if we can get that introduced into the mix now, and because to take it on and then just allow another user without any compensation might be going down the wrong path. But I'm just thinking out loud.
Ms. Campbell?
I became aware in doing some of the investigation on this property recently that the school is paying the costs for some of the lights that are in the parking lot area of the sports hub. So I guess the straightforward comment I would make is the school is contributing to the upkeep of the sports hub. I can give you more definitive information on that at next month's meeting.
Anything else on this issue? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Is there any chance that the province is just going to end up handing this over to the Department of Ed?
Ms. Campbell, can you?
This facility? That's why the delay in the deed transfer? You know, we get caught up in this and then all of a sudden they decide it goes to the Department of Ed.
Ms. Campbell?
There is an agreement, memorandum of understanding in regards to us looking after this property while it's conveyed, the title is conveyed. I see no indication through that or anything that's happened subsequently that would indicate it's not going to be transferred to us. I'm convinced it's a matter of wheels turning slowly.
Thank you. Anything else? If not, I'll ask the Deputy Warden to read the motion in 5.6.
AM-7.3.1, Publication Policy Amendment. I move that Committee of the Whole give 7-day notice for the Municipal Council to amend AM-7.3.1 Publication Policy by changing the name of the policy to AM-7.3.1 Publication Signage Policy and adding provisions relating to signage on county property.
Second. Second, Councillor Hudson seconds. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. It's 20 minutes to 11. Let's take a break. We're moving ahead not too badly. I think it's still going to be a long day. So we'll take 10 minutes. And so we'll be here to reconvene at 10 minutes to 11. Welcome back, everybody. I do believe everybody's here. Councillor Redden is not on the screen. Councillor Connell is coming in. So next is 5.7 with respect to reappointing H. Huntley and M. Booth for an additional 2-year term to the Annapolis County Municipal Housing Corporation Board. And that is page 46 of 117. I have a question before we get into this. Can someone, as somebody who doesn't have the institutional knowledge that others do, can somebody explain to me the relationship between the county on the one hand, the Annapolis County Municipal Housing Corporation, secondly, and Mountain and Meadows Care Group, thirdly? Anyone want to take that on?
I will try.
Okay.
I'll try. For the Municipal Housing Corporation to be incorporated, it required the parent municipality to do the incorporation. That is our relationship. They are incorporated under the Nursing Homes Act. The Mountains and Meadows is the governing body of that. In the past, the articles of incorporation included municipal councilors on it, and municipal council felt correctly that it should not be part of the governance of it. It should be a standalone governance. And so the article of incorporation was amended to remove council participation on it, because the county would, in some cases, could act as that quasi judicial body.
So why is the county nominating the board members for the Annapolis County Municipal Housing Corporation if we don't want to have anything to do with it?
Because we still own the incorporation. We are still the incorporating body, council. And so if anyone uses the words rubber stamp, I'd like you please don't use that, because it is a formality for the county. So the board itself follows its incorporation articles in order to come up with their board membership. They have recommended these people for board membership. The municipality gives the final say, the final approval for that process. County doesn't do any of the background checks. It's not part of our policy to own those board members. The board itself governs itself. We're just the final formality.
Well, thank you for that. I'm sure that you're accurate with respect to the recitation of the history, but it seems it doesn't make any sense to me that we nominate members to the board when we don't do any background checks. We don't necessarily know who they are. They come forward from, it looks like the Mountains and Meadows Care Group is the ones that nominate to the board, and we somehow are in the loop. And I understand that historically that might be the requirement, but
they are not a board of the county. They're not
Right.
a committee of council. They're not a board of the county. The county has no say now in their board membership. They
who are the members of the Annapolis County Municipal Housing Corporation? Who are the shareholders or the members?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Normally in a corporation, the shareholders elect the directors. And in a society, the members elect the directors. So if this is a corporation, you would think that the shareholders or the members would elect the board. I guess, so anyway, that's helpful. I appreciate that, Ms. Young. Maybe I'll deal with this offline sometime to understand it better, or perhaps maybe effect some change because it doesn't make any sense. But we're here only to appoint two people who I assume do a good job in what they do. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the situation? Yeah, Councillor Connell, did you have a comment?
Yes, it would be nice if you did take it on, because this has been a historical situation for many, many, many years. I was there when we had board members on the board. I was there when we didn't have to be on the board, and I was there when we decided not to be on the board. And the only thing we ever got was that, same as what Carolyn has said, that it's under our umbrella to appoint. So if you want to take that on and clarify that from the province, give it to her.
Okay. I think I will. Councillor LeBlanc?
And I agree. However, maybe you, for now, if you're not in particularly in favor of the motion, maybe we could change the motion to different sentencing.
I'm okay with the motion. It seems consistent with what I'm told is the
It is, yeah.
corporate relationship. I was trying to understand the corporate relationship. So I'm quite happy to vote in favor of the motion. I'm sure these are good people. Councillor Barto?
Just wanted to ask the question, if, it seems to be some gray area, but the letter of incorporation, are we the head body of that, or is it incorporated under Annapolis County through joint stocks, or is it through Mountains and Meadows? Where do we fit into that legal requirement? Is that what's drawing us into it?
It seemed, if I could answer that question, saying at the outset, I certainly don't know, which is why I asked the question of the clerk at the beginning. It seems as though this unusual corporate relationship is an outfall from some historical anomaly that started many years ago that got changed over time, such that it no longer really makes any corporate sense. But it is the way that it is because of the way it's developed with some changes over time. And I think the thing to do is for somebody representing the county to try and understand all this a little better and perhaps clarify why we have anything to do with a board that we don't have anything to do with, if I can put it that way.
I guess I was under the misunderstanding years ago, and before I became a councillor, that I was always kind of led to believe that it was a county facility, but it was managed by a board. And but what I'm hearing is that we don't have any ownership, but not sure where we fit in there.
I don't think we have any ownership of the site if we're talking about the Mountains and Meadows site. Is that right? Can someone on staff confirm that for me? I don't see any. Ms. Campbell, can you confirm that for me?
I would echo some of the things that have been said, that this has been a gray area for some time. My understanding, and certainly this should be checked, is that if for some reason the municipal housing corporation ceased to exist, their assets would revert to the county.
But right now, we don't own their assets. And that would include the Mountain and Meadows properties on Church Street. Right, okay. I think I saw another hand up, did I? No? Deputy Warden, would you like to read the motion?
Yes. Recommendation, here we go. Oh, there's no number to it. Annapolis County Municipal Housing Corporation, reappoint H. Huntley and M. Booth for an additional 2-year term. I move that Committee of the Whole recommend that Municipal Council appoint Helen Huntley and Marilyn Booth to the Annapolis County Municipal Housing Corporation Board for an additional 2-year term ending November 30th, 2023.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hudson seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion's carried. Next is 5.8. Identify possible bylaw infractions on county-owned forest lands. And that, let me see. Starts on page 55. I have some questions about this, but I'll invite others to begin with any questions. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. This has been so far a very interesting exercise. I'm wondering, the part that says provide a report back to committee of the whole, when?
It doesn't say when. I
That's
had the same in question, that along with some of the other questions I have. I took it that if you read the recommendation as drafted, it meant if they're annual monitoring, there's an annual report. That's the way I took it.
Where does it say annual monitoring?
First line. To recommend that municipal council authorize staff to annually monitor.
Right. Never mind the split infinitive, but I see it now.
Anybody else? I've got, Councillor LeBlanc, sorry. Would you like to go ahead? Councillor LeBlanc, would you like to go ahead?
Okay, on page 56, top of the page, the financial implication, it does indicate that there would be additional costs to a budget line for additional travel and staff time. So that is certainly part of something that we have to look at. And it couldn't, well, by saying that, I can see that it's possible that by looking what on page 55, bottom paragraph, it says, be advised that bylaw enforcement officers provide assistance under the following bylaws: the dog bylaw, livestock at large, cat bylaw, waste management bylaw, and noise bylaw, unless another department gives direction to staff to assist. They have quite an agenda as it is, or quite a role as it is. I can see that if these lands have to be monitored annually, I would think that they would need some assistance. I mean, 20 acres, I don't know. I didn't read anywheres in here, or maybe I lost it. How many parcels of land do we have that are greater than 20 acres? I have no idea.
That was one of my questions, Councillor LeBlanc. Perhaps somebody on staff can answer. Ms. Mason?
This was provided to us from a previous meeting where it was indicated there were possibly 19 properties. We did request Cheryl McIntosh, planning technician, to go through and determine which properties actually fall under forestry over 20 acres. She came up with 15. So we have 15 parcels of land throughout the county that staff will monitor. The discussions in the past have been road frontage, easily accessible. I don't believe there is an expectation that the staff would have to go back into the back of 20 or plus acres in order to monitor. But certainly if there was anything visible or reported to us, that staff would advise.
Thank you. My issue with this is that I think it might be creating a make work project that we don't need for staff. I can understand it might be interesting to do it once and find out if there are bylaw infractions on our properties. But what I'm afraid of is that if we pass this, then it'll be done once and maybe there's no problems. And then the next year, there's no problems. And then the next year, there's no problems. And the way this is worded is that this is to be done annually. Although I do note that it's recommended that municipal council authorize staff to do this. It doesn't direct staff to do this. So to me, it just authorizes staff to do it if they want to. So it's probably poorly worded that way. But again, I have difficulty with doing this annually. I don't know why greater than 20 acres is part of the motion. If the thought is that people are leaving junk on our properties, then it might be left on properties that are 5 acres. I don't know if we're aware of any such bylaw infractions at the moment. Is there a report that there's a lot of this going on with some actual realistic data rather than just hypothetical or ad hoc kind of comments? I'm not aware that there are any. I do note that there would be additional cost to a budget line for additional travel and staff time. So I personally think it's a bit of a make work project, and the way it's currently drafted, I'll probably vote against it myself. I don't mind somebody going out and looking at and reporting that here's the problem, and this is what we want to do about it. But right now, it looks like a make work project to me. Anybody else? Councillor Redden?
Thank you, Warden. You have a couple of very good points there, and I agree with you in a lot of ways. I'm very concerned about just making work out there. Something I've thought about over the last month when thinking about this. And one of the things that came to mind with me was that one of the best ways to keep somebody from breaking into your home is to put one of those little alarm stickers on your window. The alarm's not the important part. It's the sticker on the window. Letting people know you're watching is a really effective piece of preventative, preventing the illegal dumping or anything like that. And these are county assets, and I think we should have at least a little diligence in monitoring them. I don't want to overload staff with tasks to do, especially if they're not productive tasks. I think our staff is probably a little overworked as it is. But those are some of my initial thoughts when I made the motion and my thoughts over the last month. Thanks.
Anybody else? Councillor Hudson?
Yes, I don't think it was intended that this was going to be a lot of additional work for for staff. I believe the discussions that we had in the past would be that when our people are out in an area, that they would basically stop by and have a look at a piece of land, which might involve a little extra work, but I don't think it would be an excessive workload. Thank you.
Deputy Warden, did you have your hand up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't, but I'll make a comment. No, I don't think it will be that much. And to reiterate, this is as staff is going by. This is, our staff drives the crisp road and different roads all around our county lands many, many times. They're back and forth. what extra work does it make to go? And it's doing due diligence, it's preventative maintenance. As we ran into a problem here, where was it? I actually recused myself from the conversation, but have since found out about it in Granville. No, it was down in Carsdale or somewhere. Somebody went on some of our county land and made a road to the beach, which was a kind of a, I guess, kind of a backhanded blessing for us, because now we have a road to our beach through some of our land. But nonetheless, if staff was going by and looking at our different pieces of land once in a while, we probably would have noticed that that road was getting made into that place. So I just call it due diligence on the county. I'll be voting in the positive for it. Thank you.
Would you like to read the motion, Deputy Warden?
Yes. I just have to find, okay. 5.8, identify possible bylaw infractions on county-owned forest land. That committee of the whole recommend that municipal council authorize staff to annually monitor county-owned forest lands greater than 20 acres through regularly scheduled travel and based on time of the year to locate, visually inspect, identify possible bylaw infractions, to provide a report back to the committee of the whole.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Longmire seconds. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Connell?
Yes, and I'm agreeable with Councillor Hudson and Gunn that I don't feel it's any extra work. For an example, I drove out to Crisp Road here last couple weeks ago, and there was our building inspector setting off at the end of the Crisp Road doing paperwork or taking a break. Why couldn't if he stopped at the old dump site, took a break and looked around? All it is timing, putting a little effort in, knowing where our properties are and paying attention to them. I don't see it any bigger work than what they do every day. Like what has been said is that they travel our county everywhere, and we're not asking them to traipse through the woods. We're asking them if there's an illegal dumping on the old Crisp Road site, that they look over the pile of dirt, and if there's a pile of garbage, report it to us. We're not asking them to do big work. We're just asking them to pay attention to our properties that we own. I don't see any big effort in that.
Councillor Barto?
In relation to the comment that was made about we have other properties, and also another comment about the one in Carsdale, which was an infringement of someone, a contractor, building on our property. Maybe the 20-acre indication forest lands greater than 20 acres. Maybe we should have that in there, and we should just be good custodians of our county-owned property, and maybe modify that motion accordingly. The more I think about it, we don't want to discount areas of land that are less than 20 acres, because there's still a lot of importance to the county. It's our assets. So I would make an amendment to that motion, say county owned property, by removing the 20 acres. I think that we are custodians of this land. It's our duty and our obligation, and it's not a lot of work to do it. If somebody puts in a little bit of mileage, if they're requested to go beyond their normal travels, and that would probably be precipitated by somebody having a complaint, then that would be normal costs anyway. It wouldn't be additional costs. That might be additional to that, but it would be due diligence. And if somebody said there was a problem and we're reacting to it, it's something that would have to be done anyway.
So is your motion, your amendment to remove the words greater than 20 acres from the recommendation that's on the floor?
Let me have a look at that again.
And a query whether you want to remove the word forest before the word lands?
Maybe I could say authorize staff annually monitor county-owned lands.
So remove the word forest and remove the words greater than 20 acres?
I would think, because I don't want to discount smaller portions of land. And for example, it's the one down Carsdale. I believe that's not 20 acres of land, and that was where there was a problem. So there's a case in point. So yes, I would make a motion to amend that by removing forest lands greater than 20 acres. And
I think remove the word forest and greater than 20 acres. I think you need the word lands. Is there a second?
yes, sure. Yes.
Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Longmire, you second that amendment? Yes. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Prout?
Thank you. I'm torn on the amendment because in the committee, the forestry committee, we said forested land. That was sort of our purview, if you will, and greater than 20 acres because of the issues that have been raised here this morning. The fact that, the county owns a lot of land, small parcels, medium size, and a few big ones. I guess my thoughts are that if we open it up to all county lands, large and small, forested and unforested, if you will, we are putting a lot of extra pressure on that department. And I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. I take the motion where it came from the forestry committee. It dealt with forested land and only larger groups. And we've heard this morning there are roughly 15 parcels that would meet that qualification, whereby someone going by, as Councillor Connell said, a particular area, for whatever reason, it might just take a peek, pull off the road, walk in, 50 yards or something, if there's a road, and see if there's any illegal dumping. I don't know if this amendment maybe meets the qualifications of the original concept and does put a more onerous burden on the bylaw enforcement people. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Councillor Sheridan?
So I'm just sitting here wondering if maybe staff needs to investigate a little bit more before we pass any motion. It could impact the budget. It could take more time. It could be overtime hours. We're just kind of sliding this motion through without even knowing the impact. I would be in favor of having, I'm not saying get rid of the motion completely, but just having an investigation by staff and bringing back a staff report and what that would occur in our budget. Thank you.
We're discussing the amendment at the moment. Councillor Hudson?
Yes, I will be voting against the amendment. I agree with what our Councillor Prout said. This came from the Forestry Committee, and for the various reasons he mentioned, I think the original motion should stand. And I do want to mention one word that is in the motion. It says regular travel, not special, regular travel. So we're not asking staff to make special trips or anything like that. It is going to be just in the regular travels. Thank you.
Can I respond?
Well, I read regular, I will say, as meaning it's regularly scheduled each year to do this, is the way I read it. But I guess it's open for interpretation. Other comments on the amendment? Councillor Barto?
as the mover of the amendment, maybe I misspoke a little bit. My colleagues, Proton, Hudson, have made valid points. It came from the Forestry Committee, which, you know, I am on, and maybe I expanded that in an appropriate location. Maybe if we want to look after all our lands, it should be a separate motion related to that. So if Councillor Longmire is agreeable, I will withdraw that amendment.
Councillor Longmire, you agree? That's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll consider the motion for the amendment to be withdrawn. So we're back to the original motion that was read by the deputy warden and seconded. Any other comments on the motion on the floor? Councillor LeBlanc.
You have brought up your opinion on regularly scheduled travel, and Councillor Hudson has brought up his understanding of regular scheduled travel. So I think that particular piece should be looked at, and you know, adding more to the load is well, it could be that they would have to do special trips. However, being you brought up two different, looking at the word regular, I think that should be looked at.
Thank you. Councillor Morrison, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I will not be voting in favor of the motion. It is too vague for my mind. And just as a side comment, I think it's a law of physics that two bodies cannot occupy the same space at the same time. And we need to be careful when we say, oh, well, Johnny can do that in the course of his regular duties. If Johnny has time to take on another task, then perhaps Johnny ought to be earning less money and working fewer hours. And I don't think there are any of our staff who are not busily engaged. And for those reasons and others, at this time, I'm going to vote against it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Madam Clerk?
Can I just point out that there's discussion at the table where you're talking about building officials? Building officials are not included in this motion. That this motion is about bylaw enforcement, which we have two of. They are not the building officials. I just wanted that to be clear around the table.
Thank you. Anybody else? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Well, what the motion says is authorize staff to annually monitor county-owned, it says forest lands greater than 20 acres. Through regularly, as Councillor Hudson said, scheduled travel. Well, that's just when they're traveling around the county, I say. I don't see it with the problem with it. To go back to what Councillor Connell said, I'm fine. That's what should be happening. When we have county staff, period, driving by county lands, you would think they'd be able to look into them and see if there's something going on. They should report it. That's just one more time doing due diligence on our staff's part. I don't see where bylaw enforcement is overworked. Thank you. And I'll be voting for this motion.
Anybody else? I see three hands up. I'd like to try and bring this to a close. I think some of you have already spoken on this. I think I'll go to Councillor Connell.
My concern is that I don't want to put any more work on the employees either. But just for one example, do we have anyone going up to our old transfer station to check and see if someone's took a knife to a tarp building or taken something that was there? Do we have regular employees that just go up there to check the facility? Or we have never set back on that piece of property since we put the sign up for closed.
I don't want to argue with you, but it's not forest land.
Well, I'd have to argue with you that probably if you looked on that piece of property, there's probably some parts of that property that is forestry. But
Okay.
I'm just saying that is an example of public owned property that all we're asking is staff to be aware. I'm sure that if staff went up there and saw something out of the norm, they would report it to us. And that's all we're kind of asking.
Councilor LeBlanc, you wanted to say something?
I'm just, one thing, I think that the bottom line is that we are definitely putting this in the hands of the bylaw people. So it's not going, you know, if we want the other different staff members to look at as they're going by, it certainly is not proposed in this recommendation. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And Councillor Redden, maybe the last word on this?
So as to some of these staff things and work things, I don't, in a number of the places I've had the good fortune of being employed over the years, sometimes there's this mentality of I didn't see it, it didn't happen, and this sort of thing. And one of the big tenets of workplace safety is see something, say something. If you see something that's unsafe, say something about that is unsafe. And to me, a lot of this policy is about that, is encouraging and empowering staff to report, and that nobody's going to be going to the building inspector. Well, what were you doing looking around our old dump site, right? Like this is just about empowering people to take care of our county. That's, I think, really what it kind of boils down to, is empowering our staff to just look and see and think. That to me, I think is to me, it's not even just about forestry, it's about everything. But like that is the, I think, what is kind of my fundamental thought on this policy. It's just there, be aware, see something, say something. That's all it needs to be.
Okay, I think I'd like to call for the vote on this. I think everybody that's wanted to speak has spoken one or two times already. So I'll call for the vote. The motion's been read and seconded. It's before you. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. I see 3 nays, so the motion passes. Thank you for that. Next is the Public Works Construction Agreement. And this is with respect to the repaving of Queen Street from Brickyard Road to Bridgetown Bridge. Deputy Warden, I don't think there's going to be a lot of debate on this. Would you like to read the motion?
The recommendation, to recommend that municipal council authorize the warden and clerk to sign Nova Scotia Department of Public Works Construction Agreement 2021-008 for the repaving of Queen Street from Brickyard Road to Bridgetown Bridge.
Councillor Hudson, would you like to second that? Thank you. Just for my own edification, and perhaps Madam Clerk, you could help me out. We did approve the expenditure of these funds to do the paving in June. I'm just curious why we need a separate motion to authorize you and me to sign the agreement, since we've already approved the expenditure of funds.
The expenditure of funds was an internal process. This is just signed a formal process to sign the document with the province. It usually comes in 2 parts.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion, Councillor Barto?
Just one question. I seem to remember moving to do extra work for the saddles from Brickyard Road to the bridge, so that when it was paved, it would be done in advance. I guess I assumed at that time was that it was going to be done anyway. I guess this is something that it's not coming clear to my mind. I was thinking it was, there's two parts to that problem. So the county is responsible apparently for Brickyard Road to the bridge. I guess I was thinking originally it was, DOT had right from the bridge over, but I guess I assumed incorrectly.
Is that a question? Is there?
Well, I just was looking for clarification, I
Yeah,
guess.
I'll ask staff. Can somebody tell us who owns the land from the bridge to the Brickyard Road? Is that owned by the county, that road, or the province? Anybody know? Ms. Young?
The county is responsible for the land from Brickyard Road to the bridge.
Is responsible for it. Do we own it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a county road.
Okay. Councillor Connell?
Thank you.
I guess that answers why we would have to spend money on that bridge then. Is that part of our ownership too? Oh, we own a bridge. How great.
I think we own it 50-50 from the look of the next motion coming up.
Yeah.
Councillor LeBlanc.
LeBlanc, if we own the road, it's no different than if we, is it different than owning, being a 50-50 plus having the residents pay their 25% of the road? If we're doing it in a subdivision type thing or whatever?
Can anybody on staff answer that question?
I believe subdivisions they're privately owned until they're handed over, and then there becomes a petition process. We acquired this road from, I believe it was part of Bridgetown. I don't know if I can explain that. It's different. There's subdivision roads are different from regular county roads in ownership.
Okay, so when I look at the financial implication, we're talking about the background of being $60,000, and then the financial implication would be over $1 million for 0.21 kilometers. Does that mean that we're talking about the road itself, or the road and the bridge, or a combination of the above?
So back in June, when the request came in to pave the additional piece, that was because it's a county-owned portion of road. It's not cost shared with the province because the province owns from Brickyard to Carlton Corner. So I guess I don't understand your question.
Well, I see a financial implication of 1 million, whatever. And I'm thinking, but in the background, there was a expenditure of 60,000 from the gas tax, and then it goes to 1 million in the financial.
That's what's remaining in.
So is that, but that 60,000 will it pays to, not for the bridge, just for the street.
This is just for the street, separate from
from South Street to Queen Street? No, it goes from where to where? Queen Street to Brickyard Road. To Bridge.
Queen Street, I think Queen Street starts at the bridge.
Ah. Okay.
Well,
Brickyard Road, Bridgetown Bridge.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So Queen Street, once you hit the bridge, changes after the bridge changes to South Street.
Thank you.
Change.
Okay. And where's Brickyard Road?
Brickyard Road is where, do you know where the station restaurant is?
Yes.
Okay,
the one.
that's that side road that comes off. So there's a small section from there until you hit the bridge. That's the section that we're paying for.
Okay, so that's what it shows. Okay, I understand the map now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on the motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. Next is the approving the cost of $15,000 to repair the bridge on Queen Street. That's, I'm just turning up the page here.
Page 71, I believe.
Yes, you're right.
Page 71. So I think I'll ask the deputy warden to read this particular motion.
Sure. The recommendation to recommend that municipal council approve the cost of $15,000, 50% cost share with the province of Nova Scotia to repair the Bridgetown Bridge located on Queen Street. Funds to be allocated from the letter of intent reserve.
Second. Councillor Hudson seconds. Discussion? I have a question following along my earlier question. I see we're approving spending the money. Is there going to be another separate motion requiring the clerk and myself to sign a construction agreement?
There may be.
There may be.
Do you want to add that to this motion in the event that the agreement comes in?
I'm going to leave that to staff. Probably it makes sense, but we can think about that in the future. You know, if we approve the funds, then I don't know if we need a separate motion to have us sign the agreement. Any other comments? Deputy Warden?
Oh, thank you. I'm all in favor of this motion, you know, to get that bridge. I remember when it was put in, and it didn't seem to me it was that many years ago. And my only comment is I can't believe that a bridge can deteriorate over such a few years. Thank you. And get into this shape, but things in hard shape. Thank you.
Councillor Sheridan?
Just for clarification, the letter of intent reserve, is this just the money from the government? This has nothing to do with the community or area rate? Is that right? Okay.
Can somebody respond to that?
Oh, that was a beautiful bridge.
Sorry, did I miss something? Did somebody respond to that?
Holly did not.
Oh, I'm
She
sorry.
nodded.
I'm sorry. I was muted. Yes, it's from the letter of intent money when the town of Bridgetown was dissolved.
Okay. So in regards to the community rate or area rate, that's a separate reserve. So the bridge wouldn't fall into that category to repair. Or is this just chances are you just want to take it out of that letter of intent money, or?
There's no money from reserve set aside from the community rate.
Okay.
This is just a source of funding that the province gave to the county when Bridgetown was dissolved, and they gave us a whole list of money, and it was to be used on capital projects in Bridgetown.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Why are we paying this out of the letter of intent and the earlier motion we paid out of county funds? Or gas tax, county funds? Why is one gas tax and one letter of intent? They're both from the old town of Bridgetown. I
There's
think.
limitations to how much money we have in gas tax.
We've got
and there is a funding project that some or letter of intent money will be used for. That's the renovation of Queen Street. So a majority of the funds that we have in letter of intent is to be allocated towards that project.
Okay. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on the motion that's been read and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, the regional emergency management bylaw.
Page 85.
Councillor Prout, you're always a little ahead of me here, aren't you?
That's the pleasure of a paper copy. Otherwise, I'd be so far behind. I wouldn't know where we were.
Okay.
These are separate motions, Warden.
Well, before we get into that, notice on the second page that there are 3 attachments. And the attachments inform the motions, and the attachments were not included in my package. Can anybody help me out in that regard? Did I miss something?
They're not in there. You didn't miss it. They're not in there.
Is there something, can we put this over for another month? Or is there some timeliness to this?
The town of Annapolis Royal and the town of Middleton are reviewing it at their current this month's council sessions as well.
But is there, I mean, I think we should have the attachments that are going to inform the recommendations.
Yeah, I didn't realize they weren't in there.
So the fact that the other councils might be looking at it this month doesn't mean we can't look at it next month, as far as I would gather.
Yeah, no, until all 3 have responded to it, it won't go anywhere anyway.
Councillor LeBlanc, would you like to comment on this issue?
Just ask a question. Is this a timely issue or not? Maybe Dawn can answer that because I see your name to it.
Oh, that's just what the clerk and I were talking about. My
Yeah.
understanding is that we can deal with it next month if we need to.
Well, then, unless Ms. Campbell can give us a brief recourse on the attachments that are missing, I guess we could move to next month.
I'm not really, you know, I'll hear from Ms. Campbell. I'll invite her to speak, but I will say that I'm a firm believer that it's important to review matters before the council meeting so that you can think about them rather than having matters come before council without, for the first time orally. So Ms. Campbell, would you like to speak to the timeliness of how we have to deal with these?
I think we'd all like to see this happen sooner rather than later because it's taken so long, but I also feel it's critical to be able to review the documents for one reason, because it includes a financial arrangement with 2 other municipal partners.
So if it's agreeable to everybody, we'll put this over for the next meeting of Committee of the Whole. Do we need Madam Clerk, do we need a motion for that? There's no motion on the floor yet.
You can just request that it go on November Committee of the Whole.
Okay, well, I'll make that request then. Thank you. Next
Had I known Wednesday night when I circulated it that the attachments were missing, I could have gotten them to everybody. Sorry.
No problem. Next, countywide municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw consultant proposal review scoring report. There's a report here from Mr. Dunphy, and with respect to hiring Stantec, quite a long report. Thank you for that. An excellent report. I really appreciated the detail. And so if I could let me just turn back to the recommendation here. Deputy Warden, perhaps you could read the recommendation. It's pretty simple.
Yep. The review panel recommendation. It is the recommendation of the review panel that municipal council enter into a contract with Stantec Consulting Limited to conduct the review of the Annapolis County municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Connell seconds. Discussion? Any discussion? Councillor Bartow?
There, it's unmuted. We're in the process of hiring county planners, and then this is in addition to that, I guess. we require all the county planners and this incorporated together. Just previous discussions earlier in the spring, it just seemed to me we were trying to get set up for this, and we had the extension of a year to do it, and we were hiring county planners in that regard. Now hiring an outside firm to do that work, I'm just wondering about where we're allocating our money. And even if we do get Stantec or someone to do this, is the requirement for those extra planners on the ongoing basis?
I don't see Mr. Dunphy on my screen. My understanding is that the new planners and the consultant will all be working together, Mr. Councilor Cotw.
Mr. Warden, Mr. Lamb is here on behalf of Mr. Dunphy, I would say. You could probably answer.
And Mr. Lamb, could you respond?
Yes, I can try to respond to that to the best of my ability. As far as I can tell, for the hiring of the consultant is there to assist the county planners with the larger area plan. With the same timeline, we still have to also review and update all of the secondary plans throughout the municipality. So that will be Upper Clemens Park, Cornwallis Park, East End area, habitation is in the works. There's a lot of secondary plans that also need this same process happening independently from the county-wide. So it'll be a mix of the municipal planners will be doing both working with the consultant, but then handling all the rest itself.
Thank you. Councilor Sheridan?
I just want to point out that we had passed 170,000 in the capital budget in this budget planning process to do this.
Right.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Councilor Connell? You're muted, Councilor Connell.
I hit the unmute, but the computer didn't cooperate. So we mentioned the other places that in our county that are already zoned. So is Nicktoll zone going to be looked at too?
Mr. Lamb, can you answer that question?
I'm not sure. I can get back to you with an answer for that, but I'm not quite sure if that's one of the areas that's being reviewed as part of this one, or it's going to be reviewed as part of the larger county-wide.
It looks like Councilor Sheridan might have an answer for you, Councilor Connell. Councilor Sheridan?
I was speaking with Mr. Dunphy, and he did say that would be reviewed, at which point, I'm not sure, but we have a lot of municipal bylaw issues there. So they do want to revamp and look at that and change some things. So I do know that it is going to be looked at which time in the process, I'm not sure.
Anybody else? Councilor Sheridan?
I just want to point out that it is very important that the PAC is going to be involved in all the meetings. There's going to be 22 meetings held across all the districts, 11 in the beginning and 11 toward the end. And this is a very crucial part because a lot of people want to have a say on how their land is going to be zoned and the bylaws that are going to be accompanied to the zoning. I just want to point that out. There's going to be a lot of work for PAC and council.
Yes, and on that front, I noticed that on the page that sets out the consultation program, starting in November of 2021, ending in January of 2022, that there's going to be open house meetings in the 11 districts and gathering emails to invite future events. And that's November, December, January, 3 months. So in the next 3 months, including over Christmas, there's going to be open house meetings in the 11 districts. Do I understand that correctly, Mr. Lamb? Do you know?
Yes, according to the current schedule that they offered us in their proposal, that is when they would like to start their public engagement. There is, of course, a chance for council to engage in further negotiations with Stantec if they want to reposition or talk about changing up that timeline. That may include some contract negotiations around pricing that would have to come within those consultations.
Thank you. My only comment was that seems, it's terrific, but it's aggressive, to have 11 meetings in the next 3 months. That's good.
It is.
Deputy Warden.
Thank you. The 11 meetings in the next 3 months, I assume that they're going to be in the 11 districts.
That's the way it reads.
My point would be that some districts are much larger than other districts, mine in particular. And you're going to be hard pressed from people from Maitland Bridge to attend meetings that may be held. I don't know, my district's about 60 miles across. So, it's going to be very hard for a lot of those people to attend those meetings. And not everybody will get to have their say. Thank you.
Councillor Sheridan.
We had that discussion on the panel in regards to possibly the East End combining their three districts because we're already zoned, and then allowing the bigger districts to have an additional meeting in their districts so that people don't have to travel so far. So we did take that into consideration, and that is something that council can make a decision on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Don't see any. So I'll call for the vote on the motion before us. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. All right. Next is the 5.14 Cornwallis wastewater treatment plant UV upgrade.
You want me to read that motion?
What page is that on? You ahead of me,
98.
Councillor Prout?
98.
I'm still looking.
98. There it is, 98, yeah. Deputy Warden, would you like to read this one? I don't know if there's going to be much debate on this.
Yes, the recommendation to recommend that municipal council approve additional capital funding of $25,047.47 plus HST to be funded from the sewer reserve to enable the installation of ultraviolet system at Cornwallis wastewater treatment facility.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Morrison seconds. Discussion? This is additional funding. Councillor Sheridan? Councillor Sheridan, did you want to say something?
Yes, sorry, my unmute button is having issues. I'm just curious to find out if that funding could come out of gas tax. I guess I'm very conservative with our reserves, and if our reserves gets too low, then we have to increase sewer rates, and that causes kind of like a rate shock. So I'm just wondering if there's a possibility that that could come out of gas tax.
Would someone on staff like to respond to that suggestion?
Direct that to Holly.
I don't see her at her desk. Anybody else on staff?
See if I can get her.
Maybe we'll come back to that question, Councillor Sheridan. I see Councillor Connell has his hand up. Did you want to raise a separate issue, Councillor Connell?
No, I was always under the assumption or under the thought that the water systems and the sewer systems kind of had to pay for themselves. The users had to pay. And if we take it at a gas tax, again, that makes, I understand that it could up their rates if we use up all the reserves. But again, if Fort George doesn't have any water, if Paradise doesn't have any water, if number one highway has no water, then we'd be taking our portion of gas tax and putting it into a project that is in an area where it's only being used by those citizens.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hudson?
Yes, just a point of clarification. Is this an upgrade or a new installation? My understanding that there was already an installation of that type in Cornwall.
Can someone respond to that? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I know a few years ago, we upgraded the facility, the metal work in the facility that was gone. This UV system is going to replace a lot of the chemicals that we're using to treat the effluent now. So it's going to go through this UV light. It's going to save us from using a lot of chemicals, and the effluent or the water that comes through these UV lights is going to be fit to put into the Annapolis Basin.
So I take it your suggestion is that it's a new project. That we don't have UV light there at the moment. This will be something new at the, does that, okay.
That's right.
Okay. Have we, no further questions, comments on this? Councillor Sheridan, did Councillor Connell's response satisfy your inquiry?
No. Sorry, Councilor Connell, but I was with the understanding that we could use gas tanks, the gas tax reserve for capital projects. So I was just looking for a yes or no if we could or not.
We can use gas tax for capital projects, certainly. I think if I can paraphrase what was trying to be said is that we're trying to use gas tax for projects that benefit the entire community as opposed to projects that might benefit local communities. I think that's really what the councillor was getting at. And it's always a juggling game. Where do we take the resources from? And I think the warden asked the question earlier, why don't we use gas tax money for the bridge repairs as opposed to the letter of intent funds? So what we try to do when we look at alternate sources of funding is we try to look at the best bang for the buck and try to spread the money around. And council is aware that every time there's a funding request, it comes out of gas tax, and that's not an endless supply of money. We do have some other significant issues that are coming up that we need to keep a focus on in terms of the funding availability from gas tax. So we're trying to limit the continual request for gas tax funding, knowing that we have bigger issues coming forward.
I understand that. I'm just very concerned about the reserve and having rates increase. So that was just an option I was exploring. And I do realize that in the past we have paved roads that don't benefit the whole county, that it is in one portion of the county. So I didn't see any difference in this.
No, that's a good point.
Thank you.
Any other comments, Councillor Prout?
Thank you. And just to follow up to Councillor Sheridan's comment, I noticed that the sewer reserve is still going to have just shy of $250,000 there in that reserve. And
yes,
on page 98. So maybe that, that's quite a chunk. God help us if we ever get I know it can go very quickly. I see you shaking your head.
Yeah, that's not a big chunk when it comes to infrastructure.
Well, no, not for infrastructure like that, but I take some solace in that. That's all. That was my only comment.
No, I did see that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is repaving Harborview Crescent, Cornwallis Park. That's on page 100. Would you like to read this, Deputy Warden?
Yes, sir. The recommendation. To recommend that municipal council approve the cost of $140,000 plus HST to resurface the road portion of Harborview Crescent, Cornwallis Park, to be funded from gas tax reserve.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Morrison seconds. Discussion? Councillor Sheridan.
I noticed that if we don't get it done right away, at the end of October, there's no warranty. So I'm wondering if this could be put off till spring, so we could have the warranty that comes along with spending 140,000. It's a lot. It's a big chunk of money and with no guarantees.
I think Janice, if you can respond to that, please.
I can. So that particular warranty doesn't, that's a standard in their quote. And I found out that that's October 31st is when you're doing the whole road, so the substrate and the paving surface, but we're only doing the paving surface. So there's a warranty of 12 months.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah.
There's a warranty of 12 months on workmanship, on just repaving. So just doing the top layer. If we were doing replacing the entire road structure itself, that October 31st warranty would have come in, but we're not doing it.
I'm afraid I still didn't quite understand that.
So I essentially put in the wrong warranty piece in the RFD. It should be the 12-month for workmanship. The October 31st warranty does not apply to this because we're not replacing the entire road from the substrate to the underneath and the top layer. We're just doing a repave over top.
So you're saying we will have a warranty even if it's done after the end of
Yes.
October?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. Other questions or comments? Councillor Connell.
Well, I have to agree with Councilor Sheridan. Here it is, the 12th of October. There's no indication of when they're going to do it. Even if this is passed, it could be done at the end of November. It could be done when snow's flying in December. This is a poor time of year to pave a road and keep it in good repair after that. Because if the companies don't get at it until mid-November or 1st December, possibility of them paving when it's snow on the ground is probably high.
I thought that Ms. Young told us that we would be covered by the warranty even if it was done after the end of October. I thought that was the gist of what she said. Is that not correct?
You did say that, yes.
Yeah.
I also received an email late Friday stating that they, from assignment of contract, they would have, they would start within 2 to 3 weeks.
Is this another contract that the clerk and I have to sign?
Yes.
And
No.
we have to pass a motion in council for us to sign it?
No, this is not one that you would have to sign, sorry.
Oh, this isn't.
No.
Okay, I don't understand why not, but I don't think it matters.
This one isn't being funded by the province. This is coming through gas tax.
Okay. So we're paying for it. We're hiring the people to do the paving.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think if I may, if you look at the report, I think if you look at in the background, they talk about some of the rationale for wanting to do it sooner rather than later. And certainly if anybody's been along that route, you can see the significant state of disrepair it's in. And there is a concern that it could even make it through one more winter.
Councillor LeBlanc.
And this was the statement I saw when I was reading through and thought about the other paving project we were doing in Bridgetown. So do we have that still that 12-month for the other project as well? And did you say that they were going to have it done between 2 to 3 months? I didn't, you kind of cut out and I wasn't quite sure. Those are my questions.
It would begin within 2 to 3 weeks of signing contract.
Oh, 2 to 3 weeks. Okay. And what about the warranty on the other pavement?
On the province's work?
Yeah.
That would be under their warranty,
So that'd be covered for a year probably as well.
probably, yes, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
I had a comment with respect to the report. In the report, in background, in the second paragraph, it said, as the project costs expensed for Basin View Center were reallocated to operating reserve, this paving project serves as an opportunity to reinvest the gas tax reserve funds to the Cornwallis area. I'm going to vote in favor of the motion. I do think these roads need to be repaved, but the money, the Basin View money was paid for by all the taxpayers in the county. And if it went into operating reserve, it should be for the benefit of anybody in the county, of which obviously Cornwallis Park is one, but I don't think it's necessarily money that Basin View money stays in Cornwallis. I think it goes back into the general operating reserve for the whole county. But as I said, I'll be voting in favor of this. Anybody else? Councillor Hudson?
And just a quick question, what's the length of this project, this paving project?
I don't know. Anybody know?
Jan should know that.
Off the top of my head, I can't. Let me see if I can find information.
Deputy Warden, do you have your hand up or?
Yes, just for some clarification, and it says the road portion of Harbor View Crescent. So that because there's a lot of sidewalk, or not sidewalks, parking off of that road. Those don't get touched, it's just the road portion.
Just the road portion, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Unless you can turn that length of the paving up more quickly, Ms. Young, I think we'll move ahead.
Okay.
Okay, you still haven't found it, I take it.
Yeah.
No, I take it that's a no. I take your silence to be a no.
Yes.
Well, I think we'll move ahead then. Is that all right, Councillor Hudson?
Sure thing.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. The next is the IMSA pilot project, which I'm going to present on. And it might take a little time. So it's 10 after 12. I think we'll break for lunch. And we'll see if we can come back at 1:45. That gives everybody 35 minutes. I think we're making good progress on our agenda today. So we should be all right. So 1:45, we'll reconvene.
Yep.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the afternoon session of our Committee of the Whole agenda. The next item is the IMSA pilot project. There was no material circulated in the package this month because it only came to be in the last few days, and there's a timeliness about it. So we're going to discuss it today. I will, just so you know where we're going in this discussion, I'm going to read a motion that I will ask be put to the committee of the whole. And Madam Clerk, I will give this to you afterwards and type it out. But I'll read it now. The Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the County of Annapolis will join and partake in the 2-year pilot project involving Valley Waste and King's Transit, but only if its warden is able to vote on all matters which come before the new pilot project board, other than a vote which incurs long-term debt with respect to a particular project. So the background to this, and I guess it's still not working very well. Tried to put up a.
So if everyone let me just say it again, if everyone goes into their view and goes to speaker view, you will see just the warden and he will fill the whole screen and you are able to read what he is holding up.
You don't really need to read it. All you need to do is see the flow chart. So down here is Valley Waste, and over here is King's Transit. And for the past number of years, they've each had their own board. So this is the Valley Waste Board, and this is the King's Transit Board here. Under the pilot project, these boards disappear. And King's Transit and Valley Waste managers both report up to an executive director who's here. And the executive director then reports to a new board, and that's the board of all the mayors and wardens of the 7 municipalities in the Annapolis Valley. So it includes all the towns and Kings in Annapolis. So this new board here, the new board, will deal with all the pilot project issues for the 2 years, plus any issues that Valley Waste Board would have dealt with, or the King's Transit Board would have dealt with. So you did see the report at the meeting we had from Scott Conrad and I believe the CAO from Wolfville.
Aaron?
Yeah, Aaron, a couple of weeks ago. And there was a discussion about this at the last council meeting. And just for the people watching, again, I'll repeat it. Annapolis County is not a member of Valley Waste at the moment. We purchased their services. Annapolis County is not a member of King's Transit. We purchased their services. So we're involved with them, but we're not part of them. The other municipal units want to undertake a 2-year pilot project with the idea of revamping Valley Waste and King's Transit. And to do this, they've created this super board of all the mayors and wardens of the municipal units. They want us to join. They want Annapolis County to be part of the pilot project. I've attended 2 meetings myself, the last one being last Monday of last week, along with Mr. Dick. And since then, I've been engaged in a number of back and forth, both on the phone and by email with Mayor Matar to explain where we would fit if we join the pilot project. So if we join the pilot project, I become a member of the board, the super board, I'll call it. We have to pay our share to join the pilot project, which is about $60,000. The thing is, according to the current agreement for the pilot project, I don't get a vote with respect to matters that would have normally come before the Valley Waste Board or the King's Transit Board, because we're not a part of them. I get to vote only on those matters that relate to the new pilot project, even though we're all sitting as one board. I've tried to distinguish with my back and forth with Mayor Matart where that line is. If an issue comes up with respect to Valley Waste, is this really something that we're dealing with as part of the pilot project? Or is this something that's operational, not part of the pilot project? And to be honest with you, with my numerous back and forth just at the end of last week with Mayor Matart, I myself, and I believe Mr. Dick, were not able to find a bright line as to where that division is. So I can see us paying $60,000, me going on the board with the other mayors and wardens, and then being confronted with, well, you can't vote on that because it's part of operations rather than part of the pilot project. I don't know whether pilot project is 10% of the things or 50% of the things. It's difficult before we actually get moving to determine what that might be. I personally really don't want to be on a board where I might get to vote 50% of the time, or maybe even only 10% of the time. I think that there's a sense that, well, there's no question that the other municipal units want Annapolis to join. They want us to be part of this project. Mr. Dick and I have both said that we both believe in regional intermunicipal arrangements. We believe that garbage should be regional. We believe that transportation should be regional. Therefore, we do want to be part of the pilot project. We will pay our $60,000. But we don't see the point of doing that if I don't get to vote, other than a small percentage of the time. So again, the motion that Mr. Dick and I are recommending to Committee of the Whole is that we join and partake in the project, but only if I can vote on all matters that come before the new board. Other than, we'll make the one exception, if they decide to enter a long-term debt with respect to a new building or something, I won't vote on that. But other than that, I get to vote. Which if the recommendation that Mr. Dick and I are putting forward is accepted by Committee of the Whole, it would, for us to join, would require an amendment to the current draft of the agreement that's been circulated. So hopefully that explains the issue, and welcome to invite any questions. Councillor Connell?
I agree. I agree 100% on if we're going to join the pilot project, then I honestly think that you should have a vote on everything. Except for, like you said, if they want to take on a long-term debt, because at the end of the 2 years, hopefully we still have the opportunity to sit down as our council and decide which direction we want to go. So I definitely would want anyone that's going to participate in this pilot project to be able to vote on issues, no matter if it's to deal with it today. If you guys are going to be the sounding board to cover Valley Waste and to cover King's Transit for the term of the pilot project, then you guys are the working board that's going to make those decisions on everyday matters. And I definitely would support 100% that you, if you're the candidate that's going to be sitting on it as the warden, then you should have the opportunity as our council to vote on these issues. Because at the end of the 2-year term, if they want us to consider joining them, we got to be satisfied. If we're not satisfied because you don't get to vote on things, to me, we're wasting our time and their time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Morrison?
Thank you. Let me first thank you and the CAO for the time and intellectual effort that you have devoted to this exercise to bring us to this point. I am not in favor of Annapolis County taking part in an organization, the board of directors of which is composed of two different classes of people, those that can vote on certain matters and those that can't vote on certain matters. I have a question with regard to voting. With Valley Waste, the two largest municipalities had to agree with board motions, else they could not be passed. Is there anything in the board arrangement for the pilot project that gives any municipality the right of veto?
The answer to that is that the votes during the 2-year pilot project will be decided by a majority vote of the 7 municipalities, other than one exception. So in other words, Annapolis Royal will have the same power of voting as Kings County. Berwick will have the same power as County of Annapolis. The one exception is that for approving the budget, Kings County has to be in the majority. So in a way, they might have what used to be called a veto. They have to be in the majority. But other than that, it's one municipality, one vote. Now, I have twice at the meeting spoken against this concept. I have spoken in favor of a weighted voting regime where those municipalities that fund Valley Waste and King's Transit more than the others have a weighted vote. We would be similar to the old Valley Waste. We would be about 21%. Annapolis Royal is less than 1%. And under the existing 2-year pilot project, Kings County, which is about 60% of the population and therefore the funding, has the same vote as Annapolis Royal, other than for the budget. In my back and forth with Mayor Matart, I pointed out that, in fact, the new board shouldn't worry about me having a vote, because without a weighted voting system, I'm only one of 7. And Annapolis Royal and Middleton, or whatever the small other municipal units might be, can have the same weight that we do, which is much larger. And I will say that the funding for the project is determined on a blend of population and assessment, not on one municipality each paying the same percentage of the cost. Does that answer your question, Councillor Morrison?
Yes, it does. And if I heard correctly, that gives me another reason for not wanting to join this organization, in that our voting rights and powers will be non-existent when compared to the board of Valley Waste. And in effect, Kings County will be given a veto over everything. Thank you.
Yes, in other words, I agree with you. I put it this way, as the second largest municipal unit in the Annapolis Valley, we won't have the advantage of a requirement that we be in the majority for voting on the budget. Only Kings County will have that. And as the second largest municipal unit in the Annapolis Valley, our vote doesn't count any more than the smaller ones. So that's why I've argued against it twice. But my recommendation is to go on the board so long as I can vote on everything, because I'd rather be in the tent than out as we go through this. But I completely agree with your comments, Councillor Morrison. Anybody else? Councillor Sheridan?
I agree with what's being said around the room in regards to the vote. That's very important. because we are, like you say, the second largest contributor. And I have a breakdown here. And what I have looked at is that it's costing us I think it was around 130,000 to join both. And maybe your breakdown is per year when you said 60,000. So
Right.
I think that's where that is. So yeah, I'm in agreement, the same as the rest.
What's that? Say that again, what you're in agreement with?
I'm in agreement with the rest of the room. Like, we do need to have a say at the table. We need a vote.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor LeBlanc?
I do agree that you have to have a vote, especially if you're paying the same as everybody else at the board level. And the other thing is, when I look at this, I'm looking at two different boards, whereas in the King's Transit Board, Annapolis Royal, Middleton never sat at the board, was never part of the board. So how are they on the board right off? Digby County was one of the other partners in the King's Transit. Are they sitting on the transit board? You didn't seem to mention Digby County in the transit, King's Transit. So what happens to their partnership with King's Transit if they're not part of that? Because they're not part of Valley Waste, but they were certainly sitting at the board, even without a vote, but sitting at the board of King's Transit, whereas other small, like Annapolis Royal and Middleton, were not sitting at the board level. So how does that fit into the realm of the board? That they would vote and they don't know anything about it, but they would have the privy to vote? How does that work?
My understanding, and Mr. Dick, correct me if I've got it wrong. My understanding is that Annapolis Royal, and what was the other one you said, Councillor LeBlanc, that didn't have a vote?
Middleton.
Middleton, that their mayors would be at the table and would vote on King's Transit matters, so long as they are part of King's Transit. Do you know if they are or not? So that was that was the clause in the agreement that kept us out, because it said you have to be a member of King's Transit or Valley Waste to vote on those issues. And so that kept us out of both. Now, my understanding was that Annapolis Royal and Middleton were part of King's Transit, for example, but perhaps they didn't vote. Maybe they're not.
No,
George,
you will get a better explanation from Holly or Dawn, but just keep in mind that Digby County was, but under what you're saying, they should have been invited to that board. Okay, I'll leave it to Holly.
But Digby County is not, if in the agreement, the IMSA agreement that was circulated, I don't recall seeing Digby County listed as a member of this new super board.
So anyway, I'll leave Dawn and or Holly to explain the Middleton and Annapolis Royal position for the King's Transit.
Sure, I'd be curious to hear that. But go ahead, Ms. Campbell, if you want to respond.
So District of Digby contracted for service at the same time or around the same time we did, so their status is the same as ours. The towns of Middleton and Annapolis Royal were never party to King's Transit. Their only participation was in making voluntary contributions to the county of Annapolis for the transit service that ran in the county. So they never sat at King's Transit Board.
Well, my understanding is that they would be part of the board, but under the current draft, then they probably couldn't vote on King's Transit matters. But are they part of Valley Waste? Both Annapolis Royal and
yes, they are.
Yeah. So I guess thinking out loud that probably those mayors would be on the board, but they couldn't vote with respect to King's Transit matters if they're not part of King's Transit. But my view remains the same as far as Annapolis is concerned. I don't really want to go if I can't vote on things that come before the board other than long-term debt, so that nobody can point to us and say we have to pay it back. Anybody else? Councillor Bartow?
Is the mayor, excuse me, is the mayor, council or warden component, is the CAO included in this board?
No,
No CAOs from any county.
no.
Okay. I have serious concerns about the legitimacy and the methodology of this whole super board, whereas there's a lot of people sitting around the room, and on one end or the other, you can vote or you can't vote, whether it might be some that can vote on Valley Waste and some that can vote on King's Transit, some not. It seems to me that in their wisdom, they want everybody aboard to share the load so that it doesn't cost everybody else as much, but they don't want to give you the vote at the same time. So it just doesn't seem well thought out. If it should be you're in, or you're out. I don't. This sitting around the room listening to stuff that you can't participate in. I guess you can sit around and comment and influence. But if you don't have the vote, well, that kind of takes away a large chunk of why you want to be there. So I guess I'm a little reluctant to vote on it. I think it's important to have representation in this. I guess if there's a 2-year pilot, there's nothing saying that at the end of the 2 years we can't get out of it and go a different way. But maybe we need that 2 years to actually find out what's going on. Some of the stuff doesn't unfold immediately.
Well, picking up on your comments, Councillor Bartow, I did say in one of my back and forth with Mayor Matart that, if we don't join, I'm sure I could ring him up and say, how's it going? And, how are you feeling about this pilot project? And I assume that he'd give me some idea of what's going on. And when the 2 years is up, by that time, we might actually, one of the issues confronting this council in the next few months will be whether we join Valley Waste or whether we continue to purchase services. So that might in fact change over the course of the 2 years. But I wasn't interested in joining the board if I couldn't vote on matters that they considered to be operational matters of King's Transit and Valley Waste and not part of the pilot project. So this is my recommendation, and Mr. Dick's too, because of the way we feel it's long-term probably the best thing to do. But like I said, I had difficulty with it. This is my compromise position. I still have difficulties with not having weighted voting. I have difficulty with paying a percentage of money based on population, but the voting is one municipality, one vote. I've got a lot of problems with it. I won't be shy about it, but I still think that I believe in regional services, and I believe that Annapolis County will be better off to have myself and Mr. Dick, because Mr. Dick will be along with me, even though he may not be one of the board members, becoming intimately familiar with what's going to go on with these two bodies over the next 2 years. So that's why we've both come out to this conclusion. But like I said, it's a compromise for us. Anybody else? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Wow, sure is a lot to unpack. How do we get out of this at the end of 2 years? I mean, if we go sit with them for 2 years, they're going to basically end up dictating to us what we're going to allot in our budgets or in our budget for waste and transit, which, by the way, we're not compelled to supply transit. but that's another story. We lose a lot of money. It costs us a lot of money. And so that's the budget side of it. And who's going to decide who is going to run this super body? As far as this job, they're talking about creating a job for somebody at $350,000 a year, which I thought was outrageous. But and who will actually, even if we get in the board, will decide if Annapolis County is going to have a vote or not. Oh, you can vote on this, or no, you can't vote on that.
No, you see, that's a non-starter, at least for the position that Mr. Dick and I are putting forward, is that we don't join and I don't go on the board unless I get to vote on everything,
Okay.
other than
And-
that.
And I have one question left. If we get tied into this with them, does that mean that our staff won't be looking at options that may come, that we might have to consider in 2 years' time if we don't want to be wound up in this organization?
No, our staff can look at,
Is staff looking at options for us now for our waste stream?
our staff will still be looking at what our options are when the 2-year pilot project is over. Deciding what best to do at that point in time for us.
Okay. I'll leave it. Thank you.
And I will say, you asked a question, Deputy Warden, who's going to run the operation, the pilot project? There's an executive director that'll be hired. I think you referred to his salary. And I asked at the meeting how we were going to pick a chairman of the board. And the answer was the chairman of the board will be selected by a vote of the members. So I just thought I'd fill you in on that. Councillor Hudson.
Yes, in respect to the agreement, what is your read on how steadfast, say, Kings County and the other municipal units, how steadfast are they in respect to that agreement, or do you think that they will accept some amendments?
I'll answer it this way. This the work on drafting this agreement has been going on for maybe a year. And we were not part of it because we were involved in litigation with all of them. And so when we settled that litigation, they invited us to join in, as I've described. And accordingly, when we were invited to come in, the train was already going down the track. A momentum had been developed before we were part of the process, leading in the direction that resulted in this draft IMSA agreement that I've referred to. So the chance of them at this stage changing it, I just sense as remote. As I said, I've argued twice in favor of weighted voting. I can see that's not going to happen. That's just, I'm astute enough and experienced enough in these types of negotiations to read the room, and that's not going to happen. But we don't have to join unless we join under our conditions. And the condition that I would require is that I get to vote on everything.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Anybody else, Councillor Redden?
First, just a clarification here. So they want us to be part of this super board, even though we are not a part of King's Transit or Valley Waste, and that we're just contracting services from both.
Correct.
Okay, that just seems a little bit like cart before the horse, maybe, but that maybe they're just going sideways. So my general comment is I'm very in favor of regionalization. I think that's the way a lot of these things would work better and more efficiently with these two issues. And if I recall from our presentation, the real benefit of doing this was that to provide higher level expertise to Valley Waste and King's Transit oversight. But through the whole course of this whole thing, there's an objective to be kind of more efficient or better managed, but I've never gotten a feeling or an idea that there's anything being done to actually achieve that objective. I've heard words put forward as to why they want us to join. And even when I account for the kind of say goodwill I have towards the idea of getting back with Valley Waste, I have no, if one of my residents comes to me and goes, why are we joining this? I've got lip service. I don't have an explanation. I have no idea why we would. I don't have a good idea on why I would want to join this organization. There's nothing that I've heard over the last month that is a sell. I mean, voting or anything. To me, voting's a bit of a secondary issue. You know, if I don't want to be a part, why do I care how they vote? And well, if I do want to be a part, well, then I care. But I'm not to the point where I'm really sold. I want to be involved. I'm still not that far along, even if I think it's a good idea in principle. The whole thing just doesn't sell for me.
Mr. Dick, help me out a bit. Is it my recollection that during the 2-year project, part of the idea is to have a complete review conducted of the future of Valley Waste and the future of King's Transit and how they're going to be organized in the future? Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So I think you will all recall that this council, ourselves, are contemplating a review of our involvement with King's Transit. I think we talked about that some months ago. So this new board and executive director, part of the job over the 2 years will be to do that examination of Valley Waste and King's Transit to find out if there's what the best way is to deliver those services and come out of the 2 years with an answer. So that, Councillor Redden, I don't know if that's an answer to your inquiry from your resident, but that's the one of the issues that'll be dealt with during the 2-year pilot project. And the issue is, are we better to be in the middle involved with it or just on the outside and wait and see what the answer is? Yeah, go ahead. Councillor Redden.
I mean, in part, Warden, but I don't see why we need to be part of a super board to achieve that with them. I don't see any reason why King's Transit needs to be or can't be reviewed before you have this whole project over top. It seems like a lot of bureaucracy. That's my main thing, I guess. I'm not. I said I'm very wishy-washy as to which way I want to go because there's, like I said, in principle, I'm very interested in regionalization. But it's sort of like, you know, you order a sandwich and you get it and you're really looking forward to it and you get it and it's soggy and you're like, well, that's just deflating. Yeah.
You know, if the motion passes as we recommend, at best, it's a 50-50 chance it'll be accepted. So just so you know, it's not a given. Anybody else? Councillor Cotw?
Well, again, I think we should be at the table. And I 100% support your motion you want to put forward. And I think we should be at the table because no matter what, if we purchase services from both of them at the end of the 2 years, or we decide to join one and purchase from the other one, it would be nice to be in the planning stage to move forward. So I will be supporting your motion, and I think we need to be a part of it to try to guide some of the things we're interested in, and as far as the support for what we need for our county in those two issues. So if we're not at the board, we take what's there. If we're at the board, maybe we can mold it to certain ways that we want it. But at the end of the 2 years, we still have the opportunity likely just to purchase services, same as we're doing, or we can go on our own. We have another transit business within our county that maybe be able to handle our part of King's Transit. You know, there's all kinds of variables there that's possible if it doesn't go suitable for what our taxpayers should be getting. So I think there's options there, but it'd be nice to be at the table to try to make district things and county-wide things work.
Anybody else? Any questions? Otherwise, I'll put the motion, I'll read the motion again. Councillor LeBlanc?
My concern is this. We've been asked to join a board to form an IMSA. And from the get-go, we have members that were not on different boards, but they're getting on the boards automatically and getting a vote.
I think I pointed out that if in fact Annapolis Royal and Middleton are not part of King's Transit, the way it's currently worded, they would not have a vote.
But they're leaving out a current partner, which is Digby County in that particular part, which again, I did not have a vote and they don't have a vote at the board. So you wouldn't get a vote at the board. So what do we, I don't want to say it this way. So what do we get for $60,000 though? You sit there in the chair and just vote when they tell you to vote. I don't, that's kind of like, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just putting it the way it's quite clear that if you're inviting people to join an IMSA, maybe it should be more friendly.
Yeah, just to correct perhaps the reference, we're not being asked to join an IMSA. We're asked to be joining a pilot project for 2 years.
Which will go to possibly an IMSA, right?
Well,
that was basically the process, is it not?
well, there'll be a recommendation after the 2 years as to how to proceed in the future. And maybe they'll go back to Valley Waste and King's Transit being separate bodies with separate boards. I don't know. Councilor Longmire, do you want to say something?
Yeah, just quickly, as I've been hearing all the discussion, totally in agreement with so much of it, but I wanted to just make a comment to something that Councillor Cotw had said, and that is that we do need to be around that table. I go back and I look at Councillor LeBlanc and, you know, the $60,000 we're expected to pay and we're paying to play. And yet this is classified a pilot. And so there should be no individual partners or persons who should be more valuable than another in making decisions. And we do need to hear the discussions, because after 2 years of a pilot, it would be far too much information then to get caught up on to suggest that how we would move forward. Just my thoughts.
I agree.
Anybody else? Councillor Sheridan?
I just want to clarify how much it is costing, because I've written down 134,000, but I just want to be clear that the other councillors are aware it's higher than 6.
Is that for 2 years or is that the 1 year?
Yes, that's for 2 years, I believe.
Mr. Dick, do you have that number at your fingertips?
I do not know.
I did have it on their presentation, and
It was on the presentation, yeah.
and that's what they said that
Let's
our
assume that
portion.
it's, and the 60,000, I just pulled from my faulty memory, and it was probably per year.
Per year. And I know, and it's going around that it's possibly for 2 years. So I just want to clarify that it's 134 for the 2 years.
Right. Let's assume that's, I'm going to assume for the purposes of the discussion that that's accurate.
Okay.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll read this motion again that I'll ask somebody to move to see if it's going to pass. That the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the County of Annapolis will join and partake in the 2-year pilot project involving Valley Waste and King's Transit. but only if its warden is able to vote on all matters which come before the new pilot project board, other than a vote which incurs long-term debt with respect to a particular project. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Hudson moves. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Connell. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 1, 2. I see 2 nays. Okay, I think it's 9-2. Thank you very much. Okay, we will communicate that. Mr. Dick, will you communicate that to Mr. Conrad?
I will do that, yes.
As I said, I don't know how it's going to work out. Next, item 6.1, Warden's Report Verbal. Essentially, for the past couple of weeks, I've been spending my time working on this IMSA matter, which I've just reported on at some length. So that's all I have to say with respect to my Warden's report. But if there are any questions, I'll entertain any questions. Seeing none, I'll go to 6.2, the Soldiers Memorial Hospital Foundation report. Let me just pull this up. This is on page 102 of 117. Deputy Warden, would you like to move to receive that for information as circulated? You're muted, Deputy Warden.
I would move to receive for information.
Second? Second? Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Longmire seconds. Discussion? Councillor Sheridan, I see that your term for vice chair was up, and we want to thank you for your time on the board. I'm sure you were a very valuable asset to that group.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next, the receive for information the TCTS reports. Which
Move to receive for information.
it's removed moved to receive for information as set out in the agenda. Is there a second for that? Councillor Prout seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion's carried. Next, the King's Transit Authority report. Deputy Warden, do you want to
Move to
Move that.
receive for information.
second? Councillor LeBlanc, questions? Comments? I had a question. Let me just see my note here.
This should be all yours soon.
This is,
Yeah, there you
Just
go.
saying. And your question is?
Councillor LeBlanc, I just want to clarify under number 7, financial reports and preliminary forecast. It says that for Annapolis, you go down under Annapolis,
Yeah,
forecast deficit at this point in the fiscal year. So that means that King's Transit is telling us that we're likely going to have to spend more money than we budgeted. Is that right?
correct.
By, is there something here that tells us how much we might have to pay?
There, no, I don't believe. Last year, I think we went over budget by, Holly can tell me the number faster, but I think it was around 40,000.
54.
54, right, it did go up because of the cost of cleaning and stuff, that extra cleaning and everything like that. So usually we're at around the $40,000 mark, but last year and the year before was more because of the, or no, well, just last year because of the extra cleaning. So the forecast is usually the same every year.
So
Am I correct, Holly?
sorry. This is a question that I ask our financial people when I sign the checks. And Holly's going to be familiar with this question, but so we're not a part of King's Transit. We're not on the board.
We're partners.
But King's Transit has a deficit and we have to pay towards their deficit, even though we're not a part of King's Transit. On the face of it, that seems contradictory to me. But then I'm told that our agreement with King's Transit, and help me out if this is right, is such that even though we're not a member of King's Transit, if King's Transit have a deficit, we have to pay a proportional cost of that deficit. Is that, am I correct in all that? Do you know, Ms. LeBlanc, Councilor LeBlanc?
Well, it's more, Holly can tell you more about that.
Ms. Ord, can you help us out?
Yeah, so the deficit is basically our deficit. So it's based on how much revenue we take in, how much ridership we have, and what the expenses are, not the overall core group, but based on what it costs for our actual service. So some years you have more ridership than others. Last year it was mostly due to lack of ridership and revenue, coupled with the additional cost for cleaning that created the $54,000 deficit. However, under the Safe Restart funds, the province paid us $99,000 to pay for those deficits. So of the 99,000, we're paying the 54, the remainder, about $50,000 we'll have left for the deficit for 2021. But after that, we're on our own. If the ridership continues to decrease and not get back to pre-pandemic levels, then it becomes our problem. And the province won't subsidize that.
Deputy Warden, did you have a question?
I did, thank you. We were in deficit last year, you're saying, because of the COVID protocols, and we shut the buses down for months and one thing and another. The years before, before COVID, did we still run a deficit?
Yes.
And it was still substantial?
Well, around 40,000 has been average.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That answer your question?
Yes, so we have a profit and loss on our part of King's Transit. But we don't have to pay any deficit if King's Transit has a deficit, so it's only our portion.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
well,
don't
thank
pay
you.
for Digby County and they don't pay for us and we don't pay for Kings County.
Okay,
Is that clear?
that's helpful, yes, yeah, helpful.
And if you look on page 110 and you look at the 5-year revenue, you see how the numbers are. They're not where they were in 2018 by far.
Yeah, I did see that, yeah.
And the ridership, well, in the ridership on 108, it's half what it was in 2017, 2018.
So just for the sake of argument, let's say that we see our ridership in Annapolis County going way down, so we want to cut the buses in half, so we don't run a deficit. Can we do that, or does King's Transit say to us, oh, no, you can't do that?
Well, I think that would have to be what we call a route change, so that has to go to UARB and everything else. And if I can stand to be corrected on that, but right now, that's where I'm going to leave it at that. And I don't know if Holly can emphasize or Don can give some more info on that.
Okay.
We can have a change. There's nothing that says we can't have it changed. We just need to go through the proper steps.
Councillor Cotw, you want to say something?
Yes, that's why I keep bringing up the fact is that we have TCTS in our county that runs a transit. So if it's cost too much to have King's Transit do our organization of our transit and the cost, then we should look over the next 2 years, whatever they want us to come and be a partner of, how much that's going to be. Maybe we should look at our second option of maybe TCTS be our transit providers and just be connected with King's Transit. There's other options, what I'm saying, other than joining King's Transit.
Councillor Bartow?
It would be an issue with our neighbors on both ends because we're a connection point between the Digby County bus and Kings County bus. So if if we do anything different, we have to be a little sympathetic to at least have negotiations with the others prior to just jumping ship. I think the scheduling issue with meeting buses from both directions is more of an issue when you're having two services connecting. I'm not saying that that's the right or wrong thing to do, but there's a lot of considerations that we need to, throw in play, upon before making any drastic decisions.
Anybody else? Councillor Prout?
Thank you. Just as a follow up on the TCTS suggestion, just a reminder that in its current state, it doesn't run like a circuit, doesn't go down the 201 and back up. It's by appointment only, like unless someone charters it or it's an adult group, or if someone going for dialysis or to get a vaccine or to go into Halifax to see a doctor. It's not sort of on, it's apples and oranges. Now, I take Councillor Connell's comments to heart, and I mean, who knows in 2 years' time, where we're going to be with King's Transit. But in its current state, TCTS doesn't operate in a similar model. Down the road, I guess we'd see. But currently, I know this came up at the annual meeting. There was a citizen there who said, it would be great if we could, just run the TCS, one of their buses down the 201 to, pick up people and take them to wherever. But in its current state, it doesn't work that way. That's all. Just a comment.
Yeah. Councillor Bach?
And he's absolutely correct. And the former GM, Glenn Bannon, was trying to get something going or trying to see what he could do with TCTF and King's Transit and what's the one in Kings County, Point to Point.
Point to Point, yeah.
And King's Transit to try to join a little bit more together. But of course, he moved on to better things. So it's kind of been left up in the air of what's what with that. But realistically, they are exactly what has been said. They are two different forms of transportation. Can it be done to put it together? Maybe talking between the two, which would be our side of it, and Annapolis County Transit and TCTF. Nothing says that you can't discuss and not come up with a solution, possibly, if it's there.
Thank you. Anything else? Ms. Campbell?
This was largely a discussion about 15 years ago that we are not tied to King's Transit as the only provider of managing our transit system. We would be able to hire someone else like TCTS to actually operate it because we own the buses. Yeah. But the other discussion that was difficult at that time is how you achieve significant savings. So for example, if you wanted to run only half as much as you do in the run of a day now, that doesn't achieve 50% savings. So there is UARB approval for any changes you want to make, and you have to really analyze how you achieve the savings you want to achieve.
Good point. Anything else?
Hmm.
If not, there's a motion to receive this report for information on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Next is the glyphosate advisory committee recommendations, and Madam Clerk, I'm declaring a conflict. So do whatever you do to me.
Are you, Deputy Warden is going to take the chair?
Yes.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm putting you in the waiting room.
Okay.
Deputy Warden.
Oh, here we are. So there's a recommendation in front of us here, and I'm not sure who's going to read it. Perhaps Councilor Law will read it, or you want me to read it? Doesn't matter.
Wish for me to read it?
Yeah, I prefer you to read it.
Okay. Recommendation is that in accordance with the recommendation of the Glyphosate Advisory Committee, Committee of the Whole recommend to Municipal Council that the municipality of the County of Annapolis not use glyphosate-related products on county-owned land or spaces. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Will you call in, Deputy Warden? Who seconded it, please?
Oh, Councilor Hudson, seconded by Councilor Hudson.
Thank you.
Discussion? I can't see everybody.
You currently have Councillor Morrison and Councillor Sheridan with their hands up.
Okay, I couldn't see. You guys I got lost here. Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. Can I have an example of where this item is used on county-owned spaces?
We don't have one, sir. But we want to.
No. You're asking for a ban on using this product on county-owned land and spaces. I can understand county-owned land. I can't understand county-owned spaces.
Councillor Connell has a comment,
Okay.
Mr. Deputy Warden.
Well, I can't answer that, the spaces part, but I know council land. And Councillor Connell, perhaps you can answer that.
Well, I think that just saying both areas is providing the public with the support that they're looking for the discontinuing of use of glyphosate. And it just shows that the county is supporting that and leading by example. And where it would be used is that if a patch of poison ivy popped up somewhere on one of our parks or one of our open spaces, we may have to deal with it in a different form. It was just the main goal was through the committee was to make sure that we were going to show the public that we were going to lead by example. So that was one of the big reasons why we wanted staff to not use it on our facilities, lands or spaces, and hopefully the citizens will join hands and help us achieve this.
Mm-hmm. Does that answer your question, Councillor Morrison?
Thank you.
So, Councillor Sheridan.
So the next one points to education, and I guess I don't have enough education on the related products that are being used currently. So is that something that the council will be trained on? Are we putting the cart before the horse before we have enough knowledge to make these decisions.
Well, perhaps he can hold, the way Councillor LeBlanc read this, the first one, this is treated as a separate motion.
That's right.
And we'll deal with the number one first, as that motion.
But that's what I'm
And-
saying. I'm not sure I have enough information to make a vote on this motion without being educated on the product being used.
The first one, the first motion is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Well-
I need to know more.
Could I give you a
get-
quick little summary?
Sure.
Do you folks mind if I go down, I put together a summary here of our ad hoc glyphosate committee goals and actions. The committee was created in October last year, but members changed with the election of a new council. We didn't meet until spring because of the changing meeting protocol. Our first meeting in May, I was named chairperson with Councillor Bardo as vice chair, and also Councillors Connell and Prout. During that meeting, we discussed the need to determine how much we could affect glyphosate use in the county and needed to ask at the provincial level. We also reviewed shared articles I'd been sent by the public and other members of council, including Canadian and international examples of glyphosate bans and related legal action. Before our second meeting, I had spoken to Jason Hahn at Municipal Affairs, who explained that Halifax has limited glyphosate use for residential use. Following careful legal advice, while agriculture and farming could not be affected because they were following provincial and federal requirements for their spraying. So we have no effect over agricultural use. We next met in June and decided to survey the population, remember, by asking, how was glyphosate being used in our county? What successful alternatives were in use? And would they support a ban of glyphosate products used on county land? The survey would be advertised online and in the Reader, which it was, and would conclude in September. With thanks to Madam Clerk for compiling the survey results, the committee met with a few members of the public present in October to review the findings. And here's what we uncovered. There were 40 responses submitted. Many contributors cited scientific basis for ecological and health concerns. Many discussed global bans, court actions from resulting health problems, and countries implementing alternatives at the commercial level. Many alternatives were outlined to avoid using glyphosate products at home. 87.5% of the respondents supported a total ban of glyphosate use on county lands. 5% were supportive of the ban, but said careful handling and for specific invasive species was acceptable. 5% said it was safe for farming, so they supported its use. 2.5%, that's one respondent, said that it's not our jurisdiction, period. I'm quite pleased to present our recommendations to council and greatly appreciate the public participation, the reflection, input, and unanimous conclusions drawn by the committee. I hope council sees this as a positive conclusion to the work of what I think is a very effective ad hoc committee. If our goal is to lead by example, these recommendations are, in our view, very rational, responsible steps towards a healthier environment and healthier inhabitants. So I'll leave it at that. That's what I had written down. So getting back to this, you're saying that the safe conduct of education about household, that was your, Councillor Sheraton, that was your question?
Well, I just wanted to know more. I knew you were doing a survey. I didn't know the results of the survey or anything. So I just wanted to learn more about it. And could it possibly be there are some circumstances, like if we pass this motion, however, there are some circumstances where we may have to use that product on some of our lands because there's no other way around it, but yet this motion is passed and then we wouldn't be able to. I just want to be 100% sure what I'm voting on and if I'm correct in doing so.
Well, we'd have to bring it back to the table if we're going to use it. If we pass this first motion, then if we need to use it on county-owned property, then I would think that it would come back to council. And we'd almost have to, I don't know, make an amendment to the motion for some reason or the other, if we couldn't get rid of it another way.
Okay, so is there going to be a policy in place with this, or is this just going to be a recommendation, not?
Well, all we can do is make a recommendation. It's
Okay.
up to our staff.
But you're saying it can come back to the table if something come up, it was necessary to use the product, then we could bring it back and have the discussion at that time.
I would say,
Okay,
because this is only a recommendation.
all right, thank you.
So.
Deputy Warden? No, you don't see
Oh,
me.
Councillor
Okay.
LeBlanc.
If I can hear properly, what she's trying to say is that maybe we could put an adjustment to the recommendation by adding something to the effect of unless there's dangerous invasive plants.
I think that would be fine, other than who's going to define dangerous.
Well, the dangerous plants come from the province. So they have a list of invasive plants.
Well, we're not supposed to work outside of our authority as council. We only have the authority that the province allows us as a
Correct.
municipality. So if the province comes down and says, you know, killer scratch weed is moved into the province and the only thing that'll kill it is glyphosate, then I guess, and they want us to kill it all, then I guess we're compelled to use glyphosate. Period.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what the province directs us to do.
Yeah.
So on the first part of that motion, anybody else got any other comment? I'm not seeing any, so I guess Madam Clerk, we're going to vote through each one of these. Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay. So on the number one, and I see no other hands. Can I have yeas or nays? Have a vote.
All in favor?
All in favor. That's the words I'm looking for.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Passed. All in favor.
Was there a count on that? Was that a unanimous motion there?
I believe it was.
You didn't call for nays, so I couldn't see.
Okay. Nays? No nays.
Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc, could you read the number 2?
Correct. Recommendation number 2, that pursuant to the recommendation of the Glyphosate Advisory Committee, Committee of the Whole recommend to Municipal Council that staff conduct an education campaign about household alternatives to glyphosate usage.
Yeah. That's right.
Seconder?
Can I get a seconder? No one wants to second that? Oh, Councillor Connell? Questions? Councillor Longmire? Oh, second by Councillor Longmire. Yeah. Question? Councillor Redden?
Yeah, like that's a pretty broad by there about staff conducting an education campaign. Do we have a financial impact on that? Is there? I was thinking maybe we should have a staff report on conducting an education campaign rather than just having an education campaign? Like, what's it going to involve, I guess?
As if I can answer that. What we had talked about, and it's not really clear here in this motion, is that, you know, next year in the gardening season, that we could possibly get staff to post on our Facebook channel, our county channel, alternatives to glyphosate use in the county. That's all we were talking about. So very simply, we could post it on our Facebook page. We could post it on our county website, alternative uses to glyphosate. That was it. I can't imagine being any big budget problems with it, or even staff time with it. I mean, it doesn't take that long. Does that answer the question? Any other questions on that? Seeing that, oh, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you again. I believe in the education campaign, but really putting it on the county webpage and putting it on the county Facebook page will not attract a great proportion of citizens, because putting it on those two pages is really a pull thing. The citizens have to pull it. What we need is a push educational campaign that sends something out to every darn citizen and every darn organization, if that's what we believe. And I think the suggestion of Councillor Redden that perhaps we have, if people agree, we have staff outline what such a campaign would look like. If we really believe this, we have to go all out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All in favor?
Aye.
How many have I got here? I'm counting 4 in favor. Nays? I'm counting 3 nays.
If you count yourself.
There are hands raised.
Yeah, you count myself. I forget to count myself. So yay, the answer is yay to that.
On a point of order.
Yes, Councillor Morrison.
Does your total add up to 10?
No.
No.
Because we are not allowed to abstain. The vote count must be 10.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 3,
2,
4,
3, 4, 5.
5 in favor.
5 in favor. Councillor Longmire, are you in favor?
My screen is frozen and I've been missing so much of the commentary. So I
Are
don't
you
have
in-
anyone's pictures up on my screen.
Oh, well, this is horrible. Well,
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you. I don't have a connection. Can you hear me, Mike?
I can. The
Can you hear me?
question was asked, and the motion was, I'll repeat it for you, that in accordance with the recommendation of the Glyphosate Advisory Committee, Committee of the Whole, recommend that municipal council, oh no, wrong one. Sorry, that pursuant to the recommendation of the Glyphosate Advisory Committee, Committee of the Whole, recommend that municipal council that staff conduct an education campaign about household alternatives to glyphosate usage. And the question was asked, and we voted, and we didn't quite understand your vote. So are you for or against?
Yes, no, yes.
You're for it.
4.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-3. And me.
We're still missing.
It'd be 6-4.
6-4.
Okay, 6-4. And, you know, the deputy, the warden has stepped aside, recused himself. Okay, number 3.
So,
Councilor LeBlanc.
okay, recommendation number 3. That in accordance with the recommendation of the Glyphosate Advisory Committee, Committee of the Whole recommend that Municipal Council send a letter to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment requesting a cessation of aerial glyphosate-related spraying in Annapolis County. Seconder?
Do I have a seconder? Councilor Pro. Seconds? Question? Councilor Redden.
Does the Ministry of Natural Resources or the Ministry of Environment spray? I'm confused. Do they spray glyphosate in the forests?
No, but they're the ones that allow it. Sir. So the Minister of Environment, through his department, puts out the permits to spray, and through the Department of Natural Resources or Forests and Lands, whatever they call themselves nowadays. The idea is to send a letter and asking them. We doubt very seriously they will stop aerial spraying, because they really haven't in the past. We've asked them before, but this is a new government in the province. We haven't asked this fella yet. He may have a different change of heart. And also Cape Breton. Cape Breton has had success in banning aerial spraying up there. But that's a Cape Breton regional municipality, and they have a little more thump than counties. Councillor Sheridan.
I keep thinking there could be circumstances that would require them to spray. So I'm not sure until we have that answer if this should be put forth, until we know what they are spraying and what they're spraying for, that maybe nothing else would get rid of. Could be poisonous weeds or whatever that they don't want people around. I guess I'm not educated enough to actually feel I'm comfortable on voting on this one.
Okay, fair enough.
But I have to vote, so I guess it would have to be a no.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Connell.
Yes, and I understand Wendy's concerns. We're not asking them to stop spraying forestry. We're saying stop aerial spraying. There's different ways of spraying. They can go in there with tanks on a skidder and spray, same as farmer spray, a low volume spray. So aerial spray, as you know, in our climates, an airplane or a helicopter, whatever sprays, goes up within an hour, a wind comes up, and all of a sudden the neighbor's forestry gets sprayed too. That's the difference on the aerial spray versus a ground spray. The ground spray is more concentrated on where you want the product to land. What we're saying is that we would like to see aerial spraying stop, because it doesn't only affect the area they're trying to succeed with. If the climate changes, wind, rain, or whatever, drift goes to the neighbor's properties, it causes grief with the neighbor's properties. And that's what happened at Warren's SERP coming up Granville, is that they sprayed next door to it, but the wind came up and it drifted over onto his property, and which made it that he couldn't sell his SERP for a few years. That's what we ask. That's what our letter's gonna detail, is that we're gonna ask for the stoppage of aerial spraying.
Okay, that's much clearer, because I didn't know if you're going to stop it completely, because I know in some circumstances, it is necessary because there's not a product on the market that can replace what it does. So, yeah, okay, I understand it now. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, maybe I didn't mention aerial. Sometimes I forget that aerial side of spraying. So, any other questions? That's it. Okay. Can I have a vote? All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
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 Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All in favor. And number 4, could you read that for us, Councillor LeBlanc?
Recommendation number 4, that pursuant to the recommendation of the Glyphosate Advisory Committee, Committee of the Whole recommend that Municipal Council send a letter to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment requesting that neighboring concession/access roads to recently sprayed within a year regions have notice of aerial spraying signs post to inform public using the road/woods.
Now, maybe I can explain this before I even get in.
We need a seconder, Deputy.
Okay. Can I have a seconder for that? Seconder, thank you, Councillor Sheridan. So what happens a lot of the time is when they spray these large sections of woods, and they will continue, I'm sure. What happens is a lot of people will not know that that section of the woods has been sprayed. I personally would not want to take my grandchildren or my children to a section of the woods that I know was just recently sprayed. Picking berries, picking up fall leaves or whatever. You know, I wouldn't want to take my children there. So I would know this if the government posted these access roads that are around areas that they have sprayed, and keep them posted for a year or so, right? So that people know that these woods have just been sprayed. They could do that very easily by posting the access road. That's all we're asking. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
All in favor. Motion carried.
Recommendation number 5, that in accordance with the recommendation of the Glyphosate Advisory Committee, Committee of the Whole recommend that Municipal Council contact the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities to find out how other municipalities are dealing with glyphosate.
Second. Councillor Hudson. And if I may, I'll give you the reasoning. Other municipalities must be running into the same problem. And I would think that Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, someone must have compiled some of this information somewhere on how other municipalities are dealing with the use of glyphosate, besides Halifax and Cape Breton. So I would think that, I'm not sure who, if it is staff, I guess it is, would contact the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities just to find out how they are dealing with the use of glyphosate in other municipalities. Any questions? I'm going to call the question though. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Me too. Unanimous. Thank you. And that's the end of that. And thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc, for reading those out. And thank you all for your indulgence.
I'll let the warden back in the room. We've let you back in.
Well, welcome, everybody. Good to be back. Assuming we finished with that matter, there's the next item on the agenda are the outstanding actions, which is listed in the material. I don't think we need to discuss that.
Just for information.
Yeah, let me just put myself bigger here. Next is the date of the November Municipal Council meeting. I've asked it to be changed to Wednesday, November the 17th, because the application in court with respect to the validity of the meetings which took place on November the 4th, 2020, are scheduled to be heard in Halifax on the 15th and 16th. And some of us, me included, may want to attend and watch. And so I'm suggesting that the council meeting be moved to the Wednesdays to allow that to happen. Any comments about that? Councilor LeBlanc?
So we're only moving the council meeting, the committee of the whole will be now. Will be
Correct.
now.
Yeah, the committee of the
Will
whole
be
stays, committee of the whole stays the same.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other comments? Councilor Prout?
Thank you. I was right there until you said committee of the whole stays the same, but weren't we moving, aren't we moving the committee of the whole? That's usually on the second. Oh, I'm sorry, I entered it wrong, sorry. So committee of the whole is on the 9th and the regular council's on the 17th? Am I
Correct.
correct? Okay, my mistake, sorry. I had the wrong calendar in front of, wrong month.
Councilor Barto?
No, just the way I'm setting.
Okay.
Do you need a motion for that? Warden?
Yes, please. Would you like to move that?
Yeah, I would move that Annapolis County Council meet on November 17th.
Yeah, there's a draft of the motion in our material which where it says committee of the whole recommends to council, so we'll allow it to read that way. Is there a seconder?
On page 5 here.
Seconder, Councilor LeBlanc. Any further discussion?
LeBlanc.
Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Next, unless there's something, the IMSA pilot 6.8, we've already discussed. The only other items left on the agenda are in camera, unless there's something else. I would ask for a motion to go in camera.
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Sheridan, seconded by Deputy Warden Gunn. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion's carried.
Hold on.
Welcome back, everybody. We've finished our in-camera session. Unless there's anything else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn our committee of the whole meeting. Moved by Councilor Prout, seconded by Councilor Hudson. Councilor Hudson, did you have a question?
Yes, just one very quick question. Are we getting information regarding the meeting with at Cornwallis Park? Is that still going to be held or?
Mr. Dick, can you respond to that? My understanding is there hasn't been much back and forth on that, but
Yeah, we haven't heard anything from Mrs. Walker since, I'm going to say, the early part of August.
okay. A motion to adjourn. Oh, Councilor Prout, did you want to say something?
Yes, if I may, just to remind councillors Longmire, LeBlanc, and Morrison, I'll be finishing up the agenda for Thursday later today, and I'll get it out to you tomorrow for the position recruitment and retention committee in chambers at 10:30 on Thursday. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, motion to adjourn has been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? It's carried.